Hello and welcome. I'm Mercy, the Game Master at HereThereBeMonsters, and we're here with Session 11 of the Kingdom of Rin campaign. Last time, our party helped the militiamen defend a caravan from an orcish ambush in the mud and the rain. Martin, the militia swordsman, hid in fear at the beginning of the combat, but managed to rally and help in the second half. The dwarven spice merchant Bastion rose to the occasion and personally took on 2 different orcs with a tree branch that he picked up off the ground. Overall, the fight went well for the caravan, but not entirely without cost. Abigail, the driver for the visiting nobles, was severely wounded, as was Rubato, both of whom are still unconscious at this time. Brigit captured the last remaining orc crossbowman, and Alondite chased after Aran, the fleeing elven wine merchant, to bring him back to the caravan. Brigit scouted the immediate area after the threat seemed to be dealt with, and the militiamen piled up the orc bodies for burning. Ava collected her axes, and the caravan gathered up the wounded and continued to provide medical aid. Brigit gathered up everyone in military service for a debriefing, where she dressed down Martin for his cowardice and was generally complimentary of others for their performance. After that, she commended Alondite for his training at arms, exemplary service in battle, and selfless risk-taking. She offered him the deed to his borrowed horse if he accepted a knighthood, which he did. Brigit performed the oath-taking ceremony on the banks of the Capstone River in front of everyone gathered together, and then the caravan broke into smaller groups to prepare for the night ahead. Baheer managed to talk with Brigit alone and asked about his brother. She confirmed that she knew who Kelen was, and told Baheer that things had devolved further than he knew, and that Kelen was planning to take military action against their father. Kelen had spent several months in Capstone, lending his aid to the militia as a trainer while he petitioned for military aid back home. Ultimately, Brigit told Baheer she had to deny Kelen's request due to her own shorthandedness in the face of increasing orcish and gobblish aggression. She had advised him to seek further help up north from the elves or the dwarves. We left off with Alondite, Ava, and Scath-Bais settling into the makeshift medical tent to provide care for Abigail and Rubato.
The peace was lasting, long and true, from mountains to the ocean's blue. Man and elf and dwarf and gnome lived together, hearth and home. The cities grew, then kingdom came, the wise and true. Long may he reign. From cult to church, the truth was spread. The heretics were filled with dread. First they lied, and then they stole. The peace we had, no longer whole. They sought to kill and undermine, but truth was found before the time. We banished them, all but a few, then built ourselves a kingdom new, no longer marked by war and sin. Banar did give his grace to men. No gods, nor fiends, not great nor small, can penetrate his peaceful wall. From mountains to the ocean's blue, this peace will last us long and true.
All right, and welcome back. A couple points of note for those of you that are watching live on Twitch. You can type !D&D commands to get a small but growing list of commands that you can type in chat to get more information about the game, the character's current hit points, the world, etc. And also for our players and watchers, as a reminder, today is the 20th day of mid-spring in the year 561. It is the afternoon of that day, and it is overcast and windy in case that matters. So like I said, we left off with Scath-Bais, Alondite, and Ava going in to help provide first aid to Rubato and Abigail. So I guess that leaves, what, Baheer? Pretty much is the only uncommitted player. Would you like to help with watches, or what do you want to do for the evening? Or are you here?
Sorry, I'm muted. Well, I was gonna say I could help with watches. Do you want me to roll a spotter listener? Or whatever?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Here we go. First roll of the day.
Be a 1.
Be good. Well,
That's
okay.
not terrible.
Not
a 1.
terrible.
That's all right.
14 minus.
2, so it'd be 12.
Oh.
Wait, I thought you had a positive.
Either one. Well, good thing there's other people watching at the moment.
Let's go ahead and change the time here to more evening.
I mean, is there other people watching, though?
I mean, if they're within 30 feet of me, I can smell them. But by then, I think, unless they're upwind, what's the wind looking like? That's 60.
The wind is currently blowing from the northeast to the southwest. So more or less blowing downstream.
It's like behind us.
So going from this direction, like towards and past the caravan.
Okay. Well, I can smell if they're behind us.
So we have Baheer and a total of 4 militia servicemen, including Brigit, to help with watches. I think probably I don't have specific stat blocks for the normal guys, but for Brigit I do, and she's not exactly a watcher either. So probably split the 2 of you up and then have essentially 1 each of the normal militiamen on each watch otherwise. Let's see. Her spot is -2 and her listen. Oh, actually she's good at listening, just not spot.
I'll take a watch.
Oh, did you want me to roll twice?
Yeah, roll once for spot and once for
Okay.
listen. So the first one would be spot.
Gotcha. So that's a 5
Nice.
for listen.
So it's a 12 for spot and a 5 for listen.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Do you want me to roll like survival or something for scent, or will you just tell me if it's applicable?
Yeah, just to notice something. I think that just happens. Like that's one of the things that's really strong about scent.
Okay.
So you either notice it or you don't, and then and then if you want to try and I forget exactly how all that works, but if you want to try and like use it, kind of like detect magic, where you can like get an awareness, but then you have to like focus on it to go further than that.
Okay.
So Ava's over here. Unfortunately, we can't actually go in the tent. I mean, I guess I could make you invisible, so then that way we can imagine that you're in the tent. But we'll just do that for now. Ava, Scath-Bais, and Alondite are all piled over there.
Just stack them on top of my body. It's fine.
You know what? The orcs did it, so I don't see why the caravanners wouldn't too. We'll put one of the bowmen up in the tree for watch. I think that makes sense. Although maybe the shorter tree, now that I think about it. You guys also saw one of the orcs fall essentially to his death out of that tree, so let's go that one. When your watch comes, where would you want to watch from, Baheer?
I don't know. Probably like up here by like the front of the caravan.
Okay.
What's your climb skill?
If there's one thing I know about your party, it's that you love climbing.
3, but I don't know if I want to climb anything. I don't have ranged weapons.
Oh, yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
And I don't want one of the crossbows.
All right. So you guys were stopping for break a little bit early. If you remember, it was kind of mid-afternoon, like 2 or 3 o'clock, but that kind of works because you have some people that are down. So we have people providing long-term care, and the way that works is you get bonus regen if long-term care is successful, and then the amount of health that you regenerate depends on how long of a break you take. So specifically, it is 2 hit points per level. In this case, 4 hit points during an 8-hour rest, or 4 hit points per level. So in this case, 8 hit points for a complete day of rest. What would you advocate for?
What does Brigit feel like we should do as the boss?
Well,
lady?
okay, I can go first. I was going to have you guys kind of choose and then have her step in, but yeah. So Brigit, calls for camp to be made. I guess it's kind of a quick retcon. Obviously, that was already happening when we ended last time, and
I would say.
Hmm?
I was going to say have them rest overnight, and then we'll move them into the carts for the morning. If they're not stable.
Okay. Do you want to try and provide long-term care in the cart, like while you're traveling?
That sounds like a feasible option.
Okay. Just if it gets interrupted, then essentially it's useless. So know that.
Yeah.
But... Okay. Yeah, that works. So Brigit, circles the camp again, like she's been doing periodically on her horse, and then comes by, confirms watches with everybody, and maybe somewhere along the line here's somebody, as you guys kind of are debating about whether you want to do, like how long you want to try and provide care, and she's definitely not making light of it, but she's like, we're not going to stay here a moment longer than we need to. That could be more dangerous than moving them. So, I want to get going first thing in the morning. And then she's taking the first watch along with one of the militiamen. So other than that, I pre-rolled this stuff out to save us some time. So you make it through, or they make it through the first watch. They come to wake up Baheer and the next militiaman. You get up, take your position, maybe sharpen your sword a little bit or what have you, fiddling with your new maintenance kit that you got from the orcs. But otherwise, you're watching, you're listening. You don't see or hear anything that's that gets your attention. Hopefully you've dealt with the threat in the area, and that's all there is to it. And then the second watch passes off to the third, and everyone actually wakes up in the morning, like free of any further harassment.
Nice.
Move the sun over to the other side. That being said, your long-term care was successful on both Rubato and Abigail, who's the NPC. So Abigail regains 2 hit points. I'll have to look and see if that actually brings her back to consciousness or not. I don't think it does. And Rubato regains 4, which does not bring him back to consciousness.
What about the NPC? What's her name?
Abigail. That's
Abigail.
Yeah.
Yes.
She got
How is she doing?
That was the first person. I said,
Sorry.
I said, yeah. So she regains 2, but I have to look and see what that actually means.
Okay.
Oh crap! Oh, the health thing is so annoying. There. And can you update it in the chat bot, sweetie?
Are we just using the same old chat bot?
I have a window open for you and logged into the right screen. You should just have to change it. Oh, nice. Abigail was only at -1, actually.
Oh, there.
So she actually does become conscious again.
Okay, so what is Rubato at now?
-1.
Wonderful. But I don't think we need 2 people for 1 person.
Actually, there were 3 of you doing it.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, we essentially kept piling because you had a 13 and you needed 15, so we just kept piling people on until someone successfully helped, which is metagaming it a teeny bit, but I'm okay with it.
He requires all hands on deck.
All right, so Brit. Oh, I can move them as a group. Oh, it looks hilarious though. They don't move in like full connection, so she. Hey, Broken Head. So she looks like she like flies along behind it. That's great.
Okay. Well, when I see that Abigail has stabilized and regained consciousness and looks pretty well for the wear, I kind of end my long-term care and start to, like, for the morning, get ready to go. Start, like, morning eats, prayers of my lost ways, and just getting my horse ready for the day, checking how it's doing, socializing with it. I actually have an apple in my inventory, I think, and I'm just gonna feed it and congratulate it for a job well done.
Okay.
How long has that been in your inventory?
2 days.
Abigail, wakes up with a bit of a start and just kind of like throws her arms around the nearest person. So whoever that would have been at that moment, we can randomize it here. So going in alphabetical order, 1 and 2 would be Alondite, 3 and 4 would be Ava, 5 and 6 would be Scath-Bais. So she like kind of like sits up with a start in her bed, like looks around, like kind of panicked, and then like sees non-orcish faces and just like throws her arms around Ava and like starts sobbing.
Ava doesn't really know. She's not used to that sort of context, so she kind of like gets a little wide-eyed and not necessarily puts her hands back around her, just kind of sits there awkwardly.
Just kind of deer in headlights it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she, she is a person who works with nobles and is used to kind of like being required to have a certain sense of decorum or whatever. So after 10 seconds or so, she kind of like muscles down the sniffles and like kind of sits up and like pulls her dress taut and kind of like awkwardly fiddles with her hair for a second. Also, a small thing, but when you have a chance, Ava, your profile picture is still showing up as your cat.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Let me change that. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. All right. And, as this is going around, or going on, rather, Brigit comes around, kind of like, nods approvingly towards those of you that were providing long-term care. And then, and sees that Abigail, at least, is up. Oh, shoot. I grabbed only the horse. Well, rip. Now they're not lined up.
Oopsie.
Yeah. There we go. Sees that Abigail is up, and then, turns kind of a concerned glance, rather, onto Alondite and, like, so, like, what's the update on your friend?
Abigail has regained consciousness. However, Rubato is still worse for wear.
You obviously you don't know, like, he's at -1 hit points. But like you are aware, that he's improved from where he was.
But I would still say that he's unconscious.
Yeah, for sure. But so I guess she kind of like raises an eyebrow then, and it's like, is he better? Is he worse?
He's
like,
movable.
So she just nods, kind of, she's fairly curt, so she just kind of like nods, and says good. And then you see maybe just like the teeniest bit of a like smile kind of creep across her face as she like comes over to the nobles who are kind of like in the process of getting their cart set up for the day's travels. And she kind of like clears her throat meaningfully, and then like addresses all three of them and says, "I regret to inform you that we're going to need this cart for medical procedures, and you all are going to have to walk today." And the three of them kind of like mumble and murmur and kind of like talk to each other for the briefest of moments, and then Jackson, the guy closest to the back of the cart, you know, kind of bristles at that, and he's like, "Oh, leave it up to you to show up not only undermanned but undersupplied to actually deal with any of the dangers of travel," and you know, it starts like kind of berating her again. And she just rides off like while he's talking.
I was gonna say, can I walk by and be like, "Oh, how gracious of you nobles to give up your cart for injured people," you know, like that's what nobles should like stand for.
Make a diplomacy check.
Okay.
This is starting out great.
18.
18, you said?
Yeah.
Kind
of like buttering up, you know, been like, wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Great,
well, and you had a relatively positive engagement with them the last time also.
Mm-hmm.
So they're probably like in diplomacy terms, they were probably unfriendly. It would take a 15 to move them to indifferent. So they're definitely still not happy about it. They're kind of like grumbling to each other, but they, as you come by and kind of butter them up a little bit, and you know, give them a disarming smile and a slight bow or whatever you do. They do kind of like, you know, kind of pick up on the clue and kind of square their shoulders up, and you know, like, well, yes, of course, you know, we you know. We wouldn't dare like, you know, taking the cart from someone in need, and then but also like you can see that they're kind of like eyeing the other carts, like, is there any room for us to sit up here?
Yeah.
Oh yes, and I would like to further this diplomacy role, and while I'm hearing Baheer overtalk with this, and like just mention saying, well, it would be more than the right thing to do to see if you would be able to sit on one of the crates in the other carts. Would you like me to talk to them?
All right, yeah. So Jackson kind of like sidles up to you and kind of like claps you on the shoulder and is like, "There's a good man."
And I kind of walk over to the cart behind and say, is there by any chance any space in this cart that they would be able to just sit in the back?
So going to the one immediately behind theirs there.
Correct. Seeing it is the most comforting and
is it the wine merchant?
Purpose.
It's the wine. No, it's not. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, oh Lord, that's gonna be fun.
Hold on, names.
Perhaps you'd have some skills to share, such as learning or teaching to how to guide the animal, or some good stories to share.
Oh, there he is. Okay, sorry, I was having to figure. I was trying to remember because it's been a while, right? It's been like almost 2 months since I made this map, and a month since we used it. Trying to figure out who that belongs to. That is that's Russ. That's this guy over here. And the halfling probably didn't spend all night standing on the boxes. He just hid in the boxes during the combat. That's all of them are about. And that is Russ's cart. He is transporting boxes to the port for his master. So that's who you're talking to. And he So you were saying all that directly to him, yeah. So he just kind of looks disdainfully at the nobles. And it's like, well, there isn't anything particularly breakable, so I guess if you want to restack some stuff, you can do that.
Absolutely, I'd be more than happy to restock it.
Yeah, that like notable. He's very much not offering to do it, but he's not stopping you from doing it. And then Abigail, kind of like comes over to, because she was their driver for anybody who doesn't necessarily remember. She approaches the group of nobles and invites Christine, which is the one in red, to sit up front with her. She says, I'm sorry, milady, it's not quite what you're used to, but there's room if we kind of squish together on the bench up front for you to join me up here.
Wait, the somewhat still injured person, or are we just?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess Rubato's the only one still unconscious.
Yeah, I mean, like, she is very definitely still hurt. Like, if any of you feel like interjecting, you're more than welcome to. But like, she's, she is their servant and is like doing her job. And you presumably bandaged her up a bit and, gave her some food and water and.
Oh, still functional. Seems fine by me.
Awesome.
I offer to drive their cart, even though I don't know what I'm doing.
So you're gonna offer to Abigail?
Yeah. She's injured. I don't think she should be driving.
She kind of smiles at you, maybe just a bit sadly, and she says, I appreciate the thought, but do you even know how to do that?
Trying to think, what would that skill be?
It's handle animal.
Ah, crud, I don't have that. Is Baheer?
She sees you like kind of panic a little bit as you start to ask.
Baheer, do you know how to handle
and
animal?
She's like, well, and also I might point out, I know that your heart is in the right spot, but if I'm not driving, that probably means that I'm walking, and I don't really feel up to that right now.
We have a medical cart. This is the medical cart. You'd be in the back of it with the injured person.
I'm not good at animal handling.
Does really nobody else have handle animal besides Alondite?
Yeah, I don't have it.
It's not a class skill, so I don't want to put any points into it. But
Well, I guess if Alondite doesn't want to be the chivalrous knight here and assist the lady, I guess she has to.
Persuade me.
I mean, I heard that in character.
Alondite's got a shiny new horse now.
I think she's throwing some shade at you in character.
Alondite, my friend.
Yes.
Do knights
Well, I'm
not
busy.
take oaths of chivalry?
I was thinking about it, but then I have a logistics problem of who is going to ride my horse and who is going to drive the caravan.
Well, how about your horse just walks alongside the cart?
I'll ride you a horse, Alondite. Don't worry.
You don't have handle animal.
Don't you worry about it.
Did you not just say that you don't have handle animal?
Well,
I mean,
in
driving
character,
a
that
car
would be
and
you don't
riding
have
a horse
experience
is a little
working with animals.
different.
Because I really don't think that an injured person should be driving a cart.
It would be a waste to have no one ride it.
Mm-hmm. Just until she's
Abigail,
more healed.
Are you able to at least hold reins one-handed?
Well, she wanted to drive the cart because she didn't want to walk.
True.
So
She shot through the shoulder, correct?
Yes.
I suppose if she could at least like sit on a horse versus like trying to like rein a whole wagon. I still just say like
Okay,
the horse could literally just walk beside you.
So, Brigit, who's been helping people kind of like corral their various beasts of burden and whatnot, like circles back around and catches wind of this conversation and like turns a disapproving look upon Alondite as she hears you kind of hemming and hawing about this.
I'm not hemming and hawing, but here, we have 5 minutes for me to teach you how to ride a horse.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you were, right? You were like, well, you're only shot through one shoulder, was pretty much what you said just a second ago.
No, for her to like ride the horse instead of. Sorry, I'm just thinking because you can ride a horse and like hold the reins with one hand, right? While your shoulders.
Yes. Yes, you could. I mean, you could also drive a wagon that way, theoretically.
What do I roll to somewhat learn how to ride a horse?
I would do the riding instructor roll.
Ava starts to like slowly raise her.
Roll.
Ava, what do you got? What's up?
Well, I was just gonna say Ava like starts to like slowly raise her hands because she's like always wanted to be up that high, but then she kind of does like the up down like look at like the height of this horse and then like puts her hand back down.
Yeah, you need like a stool to get to the stirrup.
Yeah.
How would this go, Mercy? Would I use my riding instructing, or would he do like a counter roll?
I mean, I don't. Technically, it's just not a thing.
Okay.
I mean, would you actually just to ride a horse need handle animal?
No.
Well, if you've never ridden a horse at all before, and you would have no context.
Well, I'm sure I rode a horse
to...
before.
I mean, yeah,
you are noble.
You're a noble.
Like something like a horse. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you're not trying to control a mount in battle, it's like a DC nothing.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I was like, honestly, someone could just literally sit on the horse.
Right. I mean, I think I was trying to just handle it through a more role-play solution than a mechanical one.
I'll take good care of her.
Right. Her name is Amina.
All right. I don't have any food in my backpack for the horse, but
just stop every once in a while. Let her eat some grass.
I have potatoes.
Yeah, I don't know if horses can eat potatoes.
Or says that Baheer and Amina were never heard from again.
100 gold. Take it or leave it.
All right, so after taking a few moments and perhaps a little bit of prodding, Alondite is going to drive the wagon. Is that what I was hearing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. She doesn't like fight you about it, but like Abigail does just a little bit reluctantly hand over the reins. Like this is her job. She's like used to working with those animals But she's seen you ride your horse, and so she gives in after a not even really like a contest, just kind of like after a few moments of consideration. So the other thing that this does mean, though, right, is that Alondite is now not providing first aid to Rubato.
I will do that.
What? I can't multitask and like lean over with one hand and kind of...
No.
Like one of those moms who's like feeding their kid with a bottle and like.
So Scath-Bais is gonna try. Okay.
I'll try.
Can I have Ava like scout up ahead, like a little bit ahead of the group, like when it's time to start moving?
Yeah, absolutely. You can move your mini if you want to, or not. It doesn't necessarily matter. But go ahead and make a spot and listen check.
Okay, and I roll those together, right?
Well, unfortunately, that's one of those things that's a little harder to do in the client because you don't have like different colored dice or whatever. So you wouldn't have a way to see which one's spot and which one's listen.
Okay. Wait, I think I clicked too many dice.
It's
Oh
okay.
no.
So here, I'll just clean those up and then just roll. You know, just like
One at
say
a
which
time.
one you're rolling and then roll it, and then roll the other one.
All right. First one, I'll do spot. Oof.
Oof.
Oh no.
That's an 8 total. I guess 8 is a
There's
little tired.
More.
Oh shoot! The thing that I had turned off in order to turn off alerts also prevents us from having our fun videos. So I'm turning it back on.
Aw.
Just don't abuse it. There we go. First one of the night. But it's an 8 total, you said?
Yeah.
For spot. Okay, and then listens what? It's gonna be like 20 or something.
21 total.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And like how, you know, because remember this isn't to scale, right? Otherwise you'd only be like 2 minutes away from the
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
building. So you know, about how far ahead do you want to go?
I don't know, maybe like just still within sight, but kind of being like sneaky on my own, like not like out in like plain sight along like the path that we're taking.
Sure.
So kind of like hidden along the trees, but not like too far away where I can't like.
Yeah, not
kind of
like
look
full
back.
on hiding, but kind of like, you know,
Mhm.
picking your way between rocks and trees and
Yeah.
whatnot where you can. And okay, so maybe
Yeah.
going like a, you know, like a quarter of a mile or something like that.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, what is the scale on that? How much room is there actually here?
Based on those rolls, you can't see anything, but man, can you hear a horse fart from a mile away?
All right, and then are you are you just gonna go kind of out and back, or are you gonna do kind of like a sweeping, you know, kind of like a crescent moon, like around the caravan, or what's your thought there?
Yeah, I think like crescent, like kind of like sweep the whole area since
Okay.
yeah, trying to keep an eye out, especially with like some of these high trees and make sure there's no orcs
Sure.
posted up in them.
Okay. So, you know, it takes a bit of time to do that, not like hours or anything, but it's certainly not just something you do in a few rounds. So you're, you know, I would assume also kind of on the way out, you know, you wave down, doesn't even necessarily have to be Bridget, but just somebody to let them know that you're like going to go do that. And then kind of loop around, and you know, once you get kind of around that section a bit more behind like the big copse of trees where most of the orcs were, you know, you see much more obvious signs of like where they came from, kind of like just broad direction, but like, you know, you can see kind of the like footprints of them coming in and probably even what's left of like a campfire in the area, and just kind of enough to give you the sense that they didn't just stumble upon you, probably.
Gotcha. I like it.
All right, I think I've gotten just about everybody else lined up. Oh,
I'm inside the horse over there.
yes, you are. So are you actually going to try to ride it, or are you walking it?
I'm gonna ride it.
Okay. Here, let me make you fly then. And then I can give you, let's see, how do I do that? Player permission. Oh wait, is that the wrong horse?
I don't know.
No, that's the right one. Wait, even, oh right, because
I didn't
Alondite
see
doesn't
another
actually use that
horse.
horse. He has his own horse model. I was like, why does Alondite not have permission to use that horse? But because that one goes invisible when he's actually on his horse.
Zoom.
All right. So you did manage to clear out kind of enough room on the box cart for one of the two of them to sit, but it got a little bit precarious after that. You know, they didn't exactly just send like a half empty wagon. So the two of them kind of start bickering over it, and then Jackson, eventually just kind of goes for it, and he's like, no, I'm gonna get something for all the extra like taxes that we've paid to Capstone. Like you and yours can pay your fair share. I'm going to enjoy this wooden crate here. You can walk, or you can pay your fair share. And they just keep kind of squabbling at each other about that, and she doesn't try and stop him, but she just like, you know, like grumbles, sighs, like just kind of generally pouts and stamps her feet, but kind of resigns herself to it.
There were 3 of them, right?
The nobles?
Yeah,
so he's on the cart. The one in the green dress is next to that cart, and then the other one is on the front of the cart that they were traveling in.
Gotcha.
So she's riding shotgun with Alondite.
Okay.
Okay, so I would imagine you spend a little bit of time fiddling with the horse, and then don't you also have to like work out for an hour?
Yeah.
And I would say Rubato needs to memorize the spells for the day, but
Technically it only takes like 10 minutes.
oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. But it's whatever.
Well, I mean, we could
go
just
for,
like
an hour,
a quick and
'cause-
relatively meaningless retcon, but like, do you want to go for a jog with Ava? Like, do you want to go with her when she goes out?
I'm on the horse by now, so
Okay.
probably not really.
Okay.
Is the orc still unconscious? Or no, we never knocked him
No,
out,
it's like
did we?
tied to the back of that wagon.
Okay.
All right, so it takes, I don't feel like doing the actual math on it, but it takes, 15 or so minutes as Ava kind of like trots around the area and then, makes her way back to the caravan. Do you want to tell Brigit about what you found, or are you going to wait on that for now?
Maybe wait. Well, maybe wait. Maybe I'll like interrupt you and see.
Okay.
Like based on like what else keeps happening.
All right. So that pretty much reassembles the caravan then. Aran is still like very much kind of riding at the back. He looks a bit furtive, he's very much like scanning trees and rocks, and it's probably worth noting that at the back would be the easiest spot for him to leave again if he needed to.
Oh wait, no one packed up the tent.
We pack up the tent.
Yeah, I think we've put enough time into this. I appreciate the thought, but I think we've put enough time into this that we don't need to don't need to mess with that. You put out your oops. Put out your fires, pack up your tent. And then kind of as you go to leave, Adrian, the bowman that's just kind of closest in the formation, like goes over and like sets ablaze the kind of makeshift pyre that they had made the night before over the
Adrian,
the pile of orcs.
Is there enough room on my horse for 2 people to ride, or is it like mechanically only like 1 person?
Technically just 1 person. If you're thinking
Okay.
Ava, I don't know exactly how that works with small.
Well, I was thinking the noble lady back here, but
Bless you.
if there's not enough room, then
Yeah, I think I think it is both more interesting from a storytelling standpoint and also more mechanically sound to not, but I like the thought, so thanks for thinking of it. All right. Well, forward hose then. Our caravan sets out. So it is worth noting that you guys had a solid 2 days of travel ahead of you before that happened. And then, you were only about halfway through your first day's travel when the attack happened.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes this whoops, that's the wrong note set. That makes this the morning of the 21st day of mid-spring, 561. And despite the fact that the sun is very much, out and starting to climb in the sky at this point, it is abnormally cold. There's not like, it's not like snow weather or anything like that, but being that it's spring, you would expect this day to have a reasonably comfortable daytime high. Which means the morning shouldn't be too uncomfortable, but it's been pretty chilly. You've definitely, kept any cloaks or overcoats pulled relatively tightly, and you're just kind of like prepped for it to be not exactly the spring sunny jaunt that you were originally set out upon.
How is Rubato looking?
Well, technically, it doesn't happen until the end of the time frame. So for the moment, he looks exactly the same. All right. So out we go. So you spent, normal day's travel is 8 hours, right? Just like a working day or anything else. So you travel southwesterly along the river. For anybody watching, we are traveling from essentially the town of Capstone down below me here, along the outskirts of Lake Capstone, and then down that river towards Kelen Tower, which another name is just barely covered up under Pixie's camera, but that's the area that we're traversing here today.
Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase the question of how is he looking as, like, is he cold or is he covered up?
Oh, I mean, nobody said that they were doing anything special, so I just assumed that he was like in the back of the wagon.
Pull a blanket out and put it on him so he stays.
If you don't have anything, I do actually have a dedicated winter blanket.
I have something in my pack. I put it.
Okay.
I would have, at least.
Come in.
All right. Your morning carries on so far. Everything's been smooth. Everybody is, like I said, definitely more alert and aware than we were before. Periodically, like, Brigit is breaking off to like gallop ahead a little bit, like go back and like check in with Martin at the back of the caravan, just kind of like making sure everything's going all right. Maybe even going out, like if you come across any further like large rock or tree formations, going out and kind of shaking the trees, so to speak, not literally, but keeping an eye out. And so far everything seems good. You don't see any signs or tracks of anything. You don't see or hear anything that seems dangerous. You stop for a meal, which probably brings back a little bit of a flashback, but stop briefly, eat, rest the animals, water them. This is a freshwater river. So, water them, let them eat and graze for like an hour or so, and then kind of take back off again. And a little while after you kind of finish that meal break, you come across, I didn't stop and make a thing for this. I should have, but it's just like a short opportunity. But you see a small raft being pulled up the river by an oxen with some people on it.
Oh dear.
Kind of lean back and shout to
lean back and what?
Scath-Bais. And lean back and shout to Scath-Bais and say, "That's a familiar sight."
Yes. I don't want to relive that memory.
Yeah, it's the same basic setup, and that's a fairly common way to traverse the river, with or without goods. So it's not abnormal to anybody else necessarily. But as it gets a little closer to you and you get a little closer to it, like Brigit kind of like pulls her horse over into the shallows here to like call out to them. Why is she? Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, they stay on the same elevation, but, so you have to move them back down.
Yep.
He's getting a really good vantage point up there.
Yeah. And like calls out to them, like at like, hey, like flags them down, like where are you going? Like what's your business here? And they're probably too far away to see facial expressions, but they kind of call back like, kind of that questioning tone of voice of like, we're just going up the river to visit some family in Capstone. We don't have any particular wares or anything, and like, and who might you be? And so she kind of like, they're too far away also to be able to see specifics because they're probably like 100 feet away, and she's like kind of yelling downstream to him. But she kind of like holds up her like her sword, not in a threatening way, but just kind of like waves it as like a way to indicate that like she's a person at arms. And she shouts down like, I am Marshal Brigit Peters, Knight Commander of Capstone and Kelen. Like I like hereby command you to turn back now. Like this area is not safe. They the people, there's probably like a handful, like 4 to 6 people on this raft, and they again, you're like way too far away to hear anything, but they kind of briefly discuss with themselves, and then they decide they like pull their raft up into the shallows here, and like essentially just want to verify that she is who she says she is, and whatnot before they take any action. So she generally doesn't really have the time or patience for that. So they come over, and she's pretty much like, yes, like, look, you can, kind of just like presents herself, and then is like, you need to leave now. And then actually kind of like, oh boy, never even seen that before. I don't know what I just did to that many. And then kind of like scoots over a little bit further and kind of like grabs the oxen by the horn and kind of like starts to guide it to like turn around. So, broadly speaking, you can tell that they're like not necessarily happy about it, but like either she is who she says she is or she's not, but also she's like clearly here with like a large group of people, some of whom are armed. So so they turn and going downriver, the oxen serve kind of a different purpose. Going upriver, obviously they pull you, but going downriver, it would actually be kind of the opposite. Right? So they actually have to stop and like kind of like kick someone off the raft to like walk with the oxen, and it essentially works as like a moving anchor instead of a pulley. And once she's relatively satisfied that they're doing what she wanted, then she kind of like circles back up to her spot near the front of the caravan.
Have we stopped?
This was post stop, but if you need to retcon something real quickly, you're welcome to.
During that interaction, I would like to say perhaps we could press them for information of what the road looks like ahead. Since they have traversed there, they would know if anything looks clear, if they've seen anything suspicious.
Are you asking me that, or are you saying that like in character to Bridget?
In character.
Got it. What the heck? Why? She's still too tall. Not that. Sorry, fighting with my mini real fast. There we go. Okay, so she circled. Turn. There we go. She circles back around to you to like hear you a little bit better, and she says, you know, your head's in the right spot, but I would only assume that a group of civilians like that would only be along here if things were already safe, and they wouldn't be fighting me about, you know, trying to turn them back. So I'm not too concerned about it.
Fair enough, but any eyes are good eyes.
As we're like walking along, I'm gonna keep trying to make like pleasant conversation with the nobles, you know, try to get on their like good sides.
Okay. They were fairly talkative before, but there's definitely kind of a I mean, I suppose just in general, the whole caravan is probably a bit quieter than it was before. A degree of somberness probably for many, and probably a bit of sullenness on behalf of the various nobles.
Nobles are cranky for losing their cart.
Is there anyone in particular, like, you know, are you trying to essentially kind of like raise your faction, so to speak, with one of them, or are you just kind of like
probably like Jackson in particular, the one that seems to be kind of like the ringleader,
the grumpiest of the bunch?
Yeah.
Good luck.
You know, trying to like increase the chances that they'll like see this as like a situation that needs more help than a waste of their money.
Sure. Just a quick rewind if it impacts your thinking at all. But the argument, the themes of the arguments that have been being made is that like none of them think that this is as big of a deal as like Brigit and the Lord of Capstone and whatnot do. But like Jackston's argument specifically is that like his barony has been making the largest their contributions to the militia at Capstone have been larger than the other two baronies. So that's part of the reason why he's always kind of like bullying them around of like, well, if you did your own fair share, like.
He's from the capital also,
correct.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they're each from their respective capitals, but he is from the capital of the kingdom, which obviously also is the capital of that barony. And then each of them is from their own, I don't know what the actual proper term is, but their own baronistic capitals.
Well, I'd kind of like also talk to maybe like her, I guess, since we're like right nearby each other, like just the both of them about it. And like I'll like talk about like, well, back home, you know, the bandits would be like getting and raiding people, and we'd hire, we'd send some money, and then it would be handled. Like that type of thing.
So are you, what in the world? I just clicked on the wrong thing and it tried to open a PDF in Google Docs and it somehow transcribed some of my handwriting into words, but then there was no image. Yeah, that was very weird.
Oops.
So like, are you trying to convince them to hire mercenaries instead?
More of like just trying to build a rapport with them to make them more, like maybe more agreeable later.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make us a diplomacy roll.
Okay. Oof, that's a 10.
I mean, it doesn't make it worse, but it's kind of fallen on deaf ears. If you want to, you know, kind of try again as we travel, like I'm fine with that. But
okay, we
can say that at least your morning attempts are not particularly fruitful.
All
right. Yeah, I think that worked. Just kind of like fill in a few things in the morning. So moving on, you know, kind of into that afternoon time, if you want to like try again.
Yeah, I'll try again. Okay. Why not? That's better. That'd be 16. Oops, I didn't mean to roll again.
You're good. Particularly, exactly.
Yeah.
And what was it? It was 18 was the final total?
16.
16, okay. So diplomacy doesn't exactly work this way, but I'm going to say that they have essentially like situational diplomacies, and she is like, she would be considered hostile to that idea. It's not hostile to you, but like hostile to the idea that you are espousing. So it would take a 20 to improve her, like to actually change her mind a little bit. So you broadly speaking, like it feels like it goes a bit better, I suppose. Like you're able to have a conversation at least, whereas in the morning she kind of just like shut you down. But you don't really feel like you've changed her mind any.
Okay.
Perhaps wishing that that you had Kian with you to do that.
Yeah.
Also worth just kind of noting that like Bastion, who had previously been like not boisterous necessarily, but like fairly outgoing and just kind of like generally happy to like be along his way, is like much more quiet and reserved today.
My boy Bastion's got the blues after all the bloodshed.
Got the bloodshed blues.
Anybody else have any just kind of general stuff like talking to the nobles or whatever that they want to try and fit in the afternoon here? All right.
No, everything I have is till evening.
So as we kind of get down. Sorry, I have to read that one out loud. Mendes says in chat, "The Bloodshed Blues" by Stevie Ray Bastion. All right, so believe it or not, things continue to at this point you're probably kind of like looking for danger around every rock, and now it's like more or less going like everyone thought it was going to go in the first place. And so you get down kind of more into the late afternoon, or like mid to approaching later afternoon phase of your day. There we go. Apply to game board. Oh wow, why does that look so much brighter? What the heck?
Land of the Midnight Sun.
There we go. That's slightly better. Brigit, when doing one of her rounds, like notices that the nobles have cajoled poor Russ into stopping his cart, and it's kind of starting to like set up for camp, trying to kind of like grab a box here and like put it down on the ground to sit on and whatever. And she comes kind of like trotting up and is like, "Oh, no. Like, we are not spending another night out here if we can avoid it. Like, we've been lucky so far today, but we are not stopping unless we absolutely have to." And then like directs Russ to like, please pick up that box and like rehook your oxen. Like, we need to continue moving. And then she takes the opportunity to like kind of do a little scout around loop. While that's happening. Oh my god, why? It never did that before. There. So they take the opportunity upon that. Evelyn is the other noble lady's name. And she starts kind of raising her voice at Jackson. She's like, "Look, so like say whatever you will about the rest of that. I've done my fair share. It's been 8 hours on my feet today. Like I'm getting up there," and kind of like starts like forcing her way like up onto the back of the wagon. And he like kind of sort of like swats her away at first, but like upon seeing some judging looks potentially from a few of the other people around them, he like eventually kind of like clambers down. It's like, all right, fair enough. Like he grumbles out something along the lines of, "Well, I suppose you haven't paid nothing." And then at that point, if we're going to keep marching, we need to make force march checks. So anybody who's walking.
What if I'm on a horse?
The horse does it.
I'm in the cart providing care.
Yeah, just anybody or any creature who's on foot.
What do I roll? Just a d20 for the horse?
So in a day of walking, a character walks for 8 hours. The rest of the daylight time is spent making and breaking camp, resting, etc. A character can walk for more than 8 hours in a day by making a forced march. For each hour of marching beyond 8, a Constitution check, DC 10 plus 2 per hour, is required. Excuse me. If the check fails, the character takes 1d6 points of non-lethal damage. A character who takes any non-lethal damage from a forced march becomes fatigued. Eliminating the non-lethal damage also eliminates the fatigue, and it is possible for a character to march into unconsciousness by pushing themselves too hard.
You're not walking though, Mendez, so you're good.
I got a 6. I think I'm fatigued.
All right, so oh boy.
Yeah. There's your horsey.
All right, so your horse is tired. I'll roll for the other militia people. I'm just gonna say that the general beasts of burden in the caravan, like they're beasts of burden, so they're used to working hard. Oh boy, awesome.
It didn't roll on my screen, but
no, I'm rolling.
He's rolling off screen.
Yeah. Gotcha. I didn't want to clog it up because a couple of like Ava will need to roll as well.
Oh,
dang!
It was like I can go all day.
Our first of the night in both directions.
Y'all are tired?
Yeah.
I mean, it fits, right? The way that I've previously described Ava, especially before Mandy took her over, is that she's kind of like I think her name's Judy, but the cop in Zootopia.
Like I love that. Officer Hobbs.
Oh yeah, Officer Hobbs.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah. So yeah, you're feeling so energetic. You know, you're like going around kind of like cheering people on, like, you know, offering them a little extra water. You're like, all right, let's, you know, you're like practically cheerleading this. Which works actually because I rolled and it doesn't really matter what their con scores are because I like unmodified rolls, I rolled 3, 3, and 7 for the militiamen that are all on foot. So they're all like really kind of starting to drag ass and grumble and like, you know, generally kind of like, I'm gonna like, you know, unhook my shield and put it on my back and like just kind of like generally dogging it. Oh God. So anybody with an animal that did take non-lethal damage needs to roll. What was it? 1d6, I think, right? Yeah.
How many hit points does a horse have?
That one has, I believe, 28 was what I said.
Oh, good. Yep. Oh, good. Okay. Takes 2.
Okay.
Well, I can minus it myself, actually.
Yes.
Oof, Ava. Oh no.
No, Ava, you didn't even take non-lethal damage. You passed the roll, so.
Oh,
so,
oops,
yeah,
sorry.
That
good. Was just for practice.
You're good. All right. So yeah, the all 3 of the militiamen are looking pretty rough. Martin, Adrian, and Ethan are all like very much dogging it. They're, you know, like they're in not terrible shape, but in general, they're kind of used to guarding the wall, you know, for 8 hours and then going home for supper, or, you know, maybe helping build the wall a little bit, but, you know, getting a nice long lunch break in between and having supper with the family and whatever. So like being out here and fighting and kind of huffing it, and it's definitely not quite as cushy as maybe they've been historically used to.
After I start to feel the horse get tired, I'll jump off and I'll start to walk the horse instead.
Okay. Can you take off your flying status, or do I need to do it?
You have to do that.
All right, so another hour passes, and now the horse will still need to. You not being on it doesn't change that.
Yeah.
So you and your horse will need to make checks. Ava, and then I'll roll again for the militiamen.
We good.
Holy crap! Yeah.
Holy moly!
I didn't mean to roll again, but.
Ooh. Ava maybe overdid it a little bit last time.
Yeah. too much hype, too much cheering.
So go ahead and roll yourself a d6 for non-lethal damage. You can still subtract it from your person because it's functionally the same, but oof.
Oh my goodness, Ava. I say that as like it's not me.
You got a rock in your shoe.
Yeah.
And end up joining me in the cart here in a minute.
Yeah.
I actually was worried the militiamen were going to. I rolled a 6 for them for the damage last time, but I only rolled a 1 this time, so they're actually managing to keep up fairly well.
Gonna get real cozy.
Yep. All right. So we have 2 more to do. So that one was DC 12. So then make your rolls for a round of 14.
Oh crap! I should probably have said which was what.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. You don't really have a way to distinguish multiple rolls at the same time, so you kind of have to do them back to back.
Yeah, I'll re-roll both of them then, because this one will be me 6, and you add what?
Constitution.
It's not fortitude save. Lame.
Double checking that, but yeah, a Constitution check.
Oof. Well, that's 8 for me.
Okay.
And then for the horse, oof. Definitely not it for the horse.
And the good news is, because of the way this works, the horse would have to go much further in order to actually like pass out.
I take 3.
Oh, you know, the exclamation point party command probably doesn't have the new class info in there now that I think about it.
Well, I have a question though.
Yep.
Because the horse's movement speed is literally triple that of people. Would it only have to make 1/3 the amount of rolls?
No, it's because it's about the amount of time that you are exerting yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Would I have to, since I was riding on the horse until just now? Not walking. Like Jackson.
Well, you said you got off after the first one.
Yeah, but that would only be in 2 hours worth of walk.
Oh, yeah, sorry. No, you're totally right. No, probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, good point. All right, did we do Ava yet for round of 14?
Can I stick the horse in the caravan?
Dang!
Ava is just a roller coaster of emotions.
Holy crap. All right. Yeah, it's the Force March equivalent of Puke and Rally. You're good. I mean, it actually may be literally, right? Some people, when they exert too much, do puke. So,
Ugris 2022 is now following? Is that a different Ugris?
yeah, I don't know. I'm legitimately curious. Hi, new Ugris, or hello again, normal Ugris? I don't know what happened there. All right. And, you know, as she can see that people are, you know, really starting to get bedraggled, you know, I will say the wrong person. Brigit is not without heart. She's just a bit gruff. So, you know, she spends some time kind of going along and like walking beside people and like kind of like trying to cheer people up and kind of like judge if people, like if it looks like people can actually make it or not. And then, you know, as you've been kind of trudging along, because you know, you're making a roll for whole hours of time, but that's obviously not the way that reality works. So she sees everybody really starting to dog it, and like, so as she's going around this time, she's like, we're almost there. And then like she actually points out is able to point out ahead, like, look, you can actually see. I mean, you've been able to see the mountains, but like you can see the pass in the mountains now. Like you can even kind of see like the top of the watchtower potentially. Like we're almost there. Kind of like don't give in.
Yeah, at that point, I say, is it okay if what's her name in the red shirt?
Oh.
The
Abigail.
noble
Abigail.
or the
The noble or the person who's injured?
The one who's injured.
Yeah, that's Abigail.
Oh.
If Abigail would be able to take a shift on the cart, and one of our most fatigued would be able to take a break, and I'll walk.
So you want like her to shift up front, you'll walk and have somebody else get in the cart.
Or maybe she can tend to, either way, I'm just trying to think of like anyone who looks like they're absolutely gonna die.
Well, how much room is in the cart?
In the back, I would probably just room for 3 people. Yeah, it's more or less the size that it is.
Is
here.
Abigail able to provide first aid?
Yes, that's a good question.
Because I could get out of the cart and walk if someone else can provide first aid to Rubato, and then one other person can get in the cart.
She certainly doesn't have any training in it, but anybody can try.
Then let's do that, and then have one of the other people hop in the cart.
Just do keep in mind, like, he has to get 8 hours of continuous care. So if either roll fails, then he won't regain the hit points.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's not worth the risk.
Okay.
Yeah, so me and Abigail will just switch, and I'll, for anyone who looks like extremely fatigued.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, Abigail is still, she has 1 out of 7 hit points, so she's still quite roughed up herself.
Maybe that's not the best.
No, I think trying to troubleshoot it is fine. Oh, actually, you know what? I just thought of something. I also need to be rolling for the orc. Round of 10. Oh, boy. Okay. Round of 12. Oh, my God.
Oh, right. We have an unconscious orc, or a prisoner.
Round of 14.
He's just not going to make it.
Yeah, he's probably unconscious, actually, there. Oh, boy.
Okay, yeah, forget that troubleshooting.
No, that's okay. Oh, God. Yep, he's very much unconscious.
We just sling him over a horse?
Throw him over the wood in the back of the cart.
Let's just do that.
Yeah, that way you can even just still stay tied to it. You just have to, like, lift him up and, like, kind of plop him unceremoniously on the logs. Okay. All right. So I think that gets us up through the round of 14. So we've got that one more to go. And at this point, you're gonna make it either way. It's just whether or not you're essentially like stumbling in dead on your feet. So same thing. Anybody who's walking or whatever. Wait,
how did that happen?
I was gonna ask you. How did you roll as the horse?
Because I have it selected.
Oh, interesting.
That's very interesting.
So it got a 16.
Okay. Well, yeah, and plus it's con, but 16 was the DC anyway, so.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. And we already covered you don't have to. The orc is already unconscious. Let me roll for our fearless defenders here. All right. So as we get there, Ethan and Adrian, the two bowmen, managed to make it. Practically like dragging their bows behind them as they come, but they do manage to make it. Of course, our beloved Martin by the end, actually turns out he's kind of hitched himself up. He's like sitting. I can't even get the mini to do it. He's like sitting precariously perched on the back of the wine cart, and nobody noticed it.
Nice.
Work smarter, not harder.
He did try. Anybody else? Did we get Ava for the last round?
Yeah.
A girl?
Nice.
She ain't feel nothing but that rock in the shoe for like one step.
You've rolled what? A 19, 3 20s, and then like a 1 and a 5.
Yeah.
Like we had the extremes tonight only. All right, so I don't have a good clean way to actually move the carts up, as satisfying as that would be. So if you want to kind of just like go ahead and move your cameras up like to the actual like pass where the tower and stuff is.
Do we take our characters with us?
No, I go ahead and just leave them there, at least for now. If we end up needing to like specifically put them anywhere or move them around or whatever, we can. But
okay,
I think for the moment, just kind of like change the scene. We can scoot up there. Ava stonks. So, I mean, at this point, it's late, right? Like you guys marched through the whole day, like kind of through supper time. It's pretty dark out. It's not like midnight or anything, but it's definitely way later than you're used to traveling.
Mm-hmm.
At least for the most part. You've force marched a couple times, but all right. So as you want to zoom in just a tad, sweetie, like kind of more on the little. Oh, not that far. Out a little bit. Wait, what the heck? There should be. Oh, does it have your vision tied to your character?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
That's what I was saying.
I didn't know it had a max range. Yeah, go ahead and all of you that have player characters, then go ahead and move them up. Just plop them on the ground at like nearish to there. I didn't. We knew we had done some testing and that we knew there was ambient occlusion, so like a rock in the way would block the vision or whatever. But I didn't know that there was a max distance of vision. That's actually really cool. I like the passed out Rubato. Okay. Are you guys close enough? Yeah, you can like see stuff now. Okay, good. I was looking over at Pixie's screen and I was like, what the heck? Like, is this the wrong one? Did I not put like watchers on the wall? But no, I did. So that's good to know. I'm curious at some point, not right now, but at some point we should science it and try and figure out what the actual like max sight range is.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I'll grab Brigit while I'm at it, just for the sake of not having nothing there. Whee! Zoom! I like that she's faster than the horse. Like how Pixie went out of her way to permit that.
What are you talking about?
So as you guys approach, you're probably a little bit further away than your minis are there, but you get like a kind of a gruff like, who goes there? And then you see like as you look up, I mean, you can see what you see, like that is the guard and the complement thereof and whatever that's here. But a guy in like definitely higher quality armor than a lot of the other militiamen, like kind of makes his way across the walkway here. And like joins the guard kind of on the front corner. And then it doesn't like holds up a torch. Oops, I almost did status. That would have been really funny. He passes out. He's like, oh, my lady, and like immediately like directs the people that are down there on, well, not people, the other like guardsmen that are down there on foot to like come out and like just help people. And he like kind of disappears out of sight to like make his way around to come out. Where? There it is. Yeah, do you want to, can you zoom out just a tad, sweetie? There you go. And over to the left just a little more. Yeah, there we go. So he makes his way out. Like kind of holds up the torch to get like a good view of like what's coming along with her, and looks a little bit surprised. It's because generally speaking, it's pretty much just like her on a horse. It's not unheard of to have other people like come along with her, but it's not necessarily like normal for her to have a caravan like this. And so she she kind of like looks over her shoulder one more time, just kind of like make sure that everything is okay, and then calls out, Garrison Commander Jordan, it's so good to see you. Please check in with my men, do everything you can to help the caravan. We came under attack a day and a half ago, and we have injured in tow, and we had to force march like all the evening so far to make it here, but we didn't want to be out in the open any further. And he like kind of immediately sets to work. He like calls out commands to a few of the other people who start kind of moving around, and he says to her too, kind of like as once he starts getting things in motion, and he's like, well, I suppose that makes sense. We had our group of floaters came back through here a couple hours ago and told us that somebody threatened them, and she kind of scoffs. She's like, I didn't threaten them. I told them to turn around for their own safety. And he just chuckles, and he's like, yeah, well, you know how like civilians get sometimes. And she just kind of reaches down and like claps him on the shoulder on the way by, and like kind of leaves him in charge momentarily and you see her like kind of go in and disappear around the tower. I don't know what it is. There's something just about the way that the torchlight looks that's just like really calming and nice. Really like how it looks with the little torches on. So, all right, before we kind of like transition to the next phase of being, there, let's go ahead and have Pixie make the long-awaited heal check for Mr. Rubato. It is a DC 15.
Oh, God.
You're adding heal and or wisdom, whatever, like whichever you have.
Oh, Rubato, here goes nothing. Oh, not 2. How do I get rid of that?
Right, yeah, it's annoying. Go down into the bar and then right click. Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Hey.
There we go.
Nice.
There.
Rubato's alive.
Nicely done. I'm assuming you don't have a -5 to wisdom.
I have a +1.
Because you'd be literally catatonic if you had a -5. So.
Oh, not that. How do I get rid of that? No. Where's my dice? Rubato.
So yeah, I think we can kind of explain that away as as you guys get here, then like in addition to several militiamen coming out and helping and like guiding the wagons in past the little barriers and whatnot, like a couple of kind of civilian contractors, if you will, like come out and lend a hand a little bit as well. And like this random guy comes out and it's like, I heard you had wounded, and kind of like comes and checks in with you. And he's got like a little herb poultice and like some extra bandages and whatever. And he comes and kind of like gives Rubato a once over, and you know, and kind of like congratulates you on taking care of him, and then essentially kind of, you know, like think of the, you know, like old movies, right? How they've got like a bottle of ether or whatever, and they like waft it under someone's nose, and then they wake up. Kind of does one of those, and Rubato like
I reach for my crossbow.
Gnome, you're
Taking
good.
dodges.
You're okay.
Goes for cover.
We're at the tower.
We're at the tavern?
No. Well, there might be alcohol here.
Oh, that's good.
Do you want to go get a drink? If they have it.
I could use one of those, yeah.
All right, I help Rubato to his feet.
Yeah, so they you know, they kind of over the course of 10 or 15 minutes, like I said, they help guide all the wagons through and kind of like gather all of you up and like bring you into the little like fort area over here.
Also, where's my crossbow?
It's safe.
Oh, remember, technically you're in the back of the wagon, right? We just don't have the wagon here. So it's like next to you.
Okay, good. Just, you know, like to keep that close.
All right, I have a light crossbow now, don't I?
I don't know. Whatever you guys decided to do.
Yeah,
with that.
we divvied that out.
No arrows or bolts though.
That's fine.
I can let you borrow some.
Oh, you know, I just didn't even think to write that down, honestly. You could probably say there's enough for like 5 bolts for each crossbow you found. That's just my bad.
Ooh, sweet.
I do have spares.
Oh god, that got real derpy. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Mark's over here just throwing us like dice.
Oh my gosh, it's Neil.
Hey Neil, how you doing? Yeah, I was just trying to like move you into the little camp area that they were ushering you towards, so you're not sitting out there in the cold, so to speak. Well, actually, I guess I'm literal cold, right? I said it was colder than normal today.
Well, Rubato, maybe they don't have any alcohol here. Not really a big area.
So yeah, you can see this little like enclosed campsite here. There's probably enough room for I don't know, I forget, I had decided probably like 20 to 25 people to like camp in here. And then you know, obviously there's like the giant tower over next to it as well that like has room.
So where are we?
We've arrived.
We arrived at the fort that we were trying to escort everyone to.
Oh, have I been unconscious for 2 weeks as per usual story, or?
Yes. No. That was about what, like 8 hours a day?
10 days, I'd say.
Maybe a day.
Like if you're asking me, it's been like a day and a half.
Yeah, only about a day and a half-ish.
Oh.
You got hit by an orc in a tree.
I think I remember something about that.
Oops.
Oh, speaking of orcs, we do have one tied to the wagon you might want to check out.
I don't think Rubato wants to check him out.
Oh no, I'd love to have some words actually. So again, where's my crossbow?
We need to question this one. So we're not killing it. And we're not going to kill it while it's tied up.
I won't go near it.
Good.
So, you know, they usher
Those
you in.
things
I
are
probably
not-
could have put a few more minis in here, but also I figured, you know, not 100% of the people are just going to be in the little camped area at all times. So there's like one or two people kind of off to the side, like practicing weapon skills or whatever. There's like a cook and a couple people kind of around doing, you know, just like generalized camp stuff. And there's a nice, like, cozy looking campfire here in the middle of it that you're welcome to. The other militiamen, like, the people that were traveling with you don't follow you in there. They go over into the tower.
I still could, Amlas.
Exactly. So anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt too much what you guys were doing there. I just figured I'd set the scene a little bit more. And then as you guys are kind of like settling in and you know, making whatever small talk either amongst yourselves or with the people of the camp or whatever, then like Brigit like circles back out and kind of like gets Jordan's attention. Like he goes back down and goes out. And you know, she tells him that she's like dispatched some couriers, and then like you, unless somebody wants to try and follow them or whatever, like the two of them, you, like their voices kind of like recede away from the camp where you are.
I will try to help the nobles get situated somewhere and make it as less of a big deal as I can.
Okay. Yeah, let me grab their minis real fast here. Yeah,
I like crossbow X.
Base attack bonus plus dex for attack, yes. Yeah, I didn't think that part through. I should have set up essentially like a third version of this that had like the carts over there by the wall and like all the NPCs and stuff positioned. So I'm not going to bother to move all the NPCs, just, you know, imagine that all the like random merchants and whatnot are all and like Abigail and whatnot are all down there kind of like in the camp part with you, and then the captive orc and the nobles and Brigit are going more towards the tower. There we go.
So I kind of schmooze with the traders and the ones here, or the traders here. Just kind of say, like, so what kind of business and trade do you have here at the tower? The wine and stuff.
Hold on one sec. Let me resolve Rubato's.
Sorry.
Sorry, sketchy. That I just think that's hilarious. That's one of my favorite gags that we've ever set up on the channel.
I'm gonna start.
Okay. So, you know, at first, probably just kind of like the inclination is to just kind of guide everybody from the caravan like towards the little camp out here. But of course, that kind of riles our favorite highborns here a little bit. So Rubato kind of you know, kind of takes him by the hand figuratively and is like, oh, let's see if we can get you some room in the tower itself or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And like as you kind of like lead them over there behind, since presumably at least because you haven't seen a door on any of the other sides, you get over there and you see Brigit and Jordan are just kind of like, you know, she's like tying up her horse and like taking the tack off of it, and they're just kind of like talking about what's been going on. And then you know, you come like, oh, I guess Pixie's not here to move the camera, but you come over kind of, you know, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and kind of trying to suck up to the nobles, like, you know, oh, like, don't you worry, I'm sure we can get you a spot. And she just kind of like turns this withering like glare on you of like, really?
I mean, you want to try and get money for Capstone, don't we? I mean,
Just like, there's been something that's been like on again, off again, trying to get in my eye for the last like hour that I just cannot get to go away. I don't know if it's like a little cat hair or what.
Did you say I was being walked over to the tower?
I may have actually gotten it. No. No, the nobles.
I got real confused. I was like, you said my name. What am I doing?
Right. Oh, also, so you regained a further, right, because that was 8 hours of long-term care. So you received another 4 hit points. So you're at 3 now.
Woo! 3 points.
If you can you update that in the chat bot too, sweetie? Thank you. All right. So you kind of, excuse me, you kind of give her a bit of a pleading look, and she's like, and then tries to like plasters on like the fakest smile you've ever seen, and is like, yeah, right this way.
Mm-hmm.
It does actually have an interior with like stairs and stuff. I didn't admittedly bother to decorate it beyond that, but just pretend there's beds and stuff in there. Oops. I was moving the like the green, like the clip plane thing in Talespire, and I accidentally moved it below the ground level. That got real weird. So she kind of ushers them in there, and then and like the orcs in there somewhere too, and then kind of like leaves them in that guy's care to do whatever with, and then kind of comes over to you, and she's like, "Look, I'm sorry, you're probably right. Anything that we can do to make them less obnoxious is at least going to make the day more pleasant, and who knows, might yield better results than that. I'm so tired of their crap."
It's okay. I'm used to dealing with those like them. My sibling was much better at it than me, but I make do.
And Jordan kind of makes his way over to and like introduces himself, like holds his hand out to you, and says, I'm in the wrong part of my notes. Is where I am. Sorry. Oh, it's because I closed it. Sweet. Nailed it.
Oops.
Unlike Aurora, I actually believe in closing tabs, but sometimes I close ones that I don't mean to. There we go. He says, like, well met, and thank you for helping protect the caravan. I'm Jordan, the commander here at the tower.
Hello, I'm Baheer. I'll shake his hand. Oh, it didn't work.
You what? Sorry?
Nothing. Sorry. I'm making a meme right now. So it's not working how I want.
Don't interrupt my meme making for the game, dang it.
No. I'm doing both. Yeah, I'm doing great. Anything I can do to make things go a little easier.
Okay, the memes are pretty good. All right. So you just say kind of like, yeah, anything to help, essentially.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So he just kind of claps you on the shoulder and says, "Well, good man. Thank you for helping keep Brigit and the others safe. And I'm gonna for now I'm gonna get back to my duties, and I'll leave I'll leave all the rest of this in Brigit's more than capable hands." And kind of like makes his way back up to his spot on the wall there.
I'm gonna go join my my group back at the fire if you'd like to join us. I'll tell Brigit.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, thank you. I have a lot to get done still, but I might come over there in a bit.
All right, don't work too hard. I'll go back.
You hear just like a totally just dry. She's just like, thanks. All right. Well, whoa! I didn't know you could do that. Oh, okay, cool. Just did a thing on accident. So yeah, that leaves kind of the handful of you all now, kind of around this campfire. And so, Alondite, you want to just kind of like make small talk with the like the civilians that are here?
Yeah, while that was happening, And then I'll make like a brief comment, like, what was all that about? Like, where did Baheer go?
Okay, yeah, we'll circle back to that then. As far as the kind of non-combatant NPCs, it's more or less what you'd expect. There's a blacksmith and a cook and like a few just kind of general laborers and probably like a carpenter and you know, like a half a dozen to maybe like 10 just kind of support personnel like that you would expect. There's probably a handful more in the tower as well. So I can role play through specifics with that if you want, but you know, they kind of generally introduce themselves and like tell you what they do, and you know, the cook is like, you guys don't have to subtract also don't forget to subtract 2 rations from like whatever you have because of the days of travel. But yeah, but then the cook is like kind of already
rations.
Yeah. The cook is already
non-RP or out of RP. I'm out of rations for that's it. I only made it one way.
Oh, excellent. So yeah, he's whipping up some food and whatnot. Like you guys are taken care of while you're here. You're here on official business, so they're probably not feeding the caravanners. It would have been expected that they take care of their own stuff, but you guys and the militiamen would get fed.
I'll probably be like, you know, like kind of like seriously, not seriously, like to the cook, be like, how much for a little extra, you know, to take on my way back, you know?
Like you want to essentially buy leftovers to use for future rations.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. You know, he's like, well, I suppose it depends on how long you're going to be here, but we can skim a little bit off of each meal and you know, sell you the leftovers, I suppose.
All right, thank you.
So yeah, for tonight, if you want to just mark off whatever it is, 5 silver or 1 silver, I forget, whatever. Mark off the amount for a ration and add 1 ration to your inventory, and then you know, depending on how long you guys stay here or what you decide to do next, like, you know, we can do essentially 1 per meal.
Oh yeah.
Well, since everyone's talking about food here, who around here's got a drink?
Yeah, where'd that wine wagon go?
I feel he owes at least a glass.
Yeah, we wouldn't have any if I didn't go get them.
Well, I bet those orcs would have had plenty.
Do you actually want to try and go hunt him down and hit him up for alcohol?
Yes. But like on my way past the gate, like I guess that would make sense. Like that's when Baheer would come back and it's like, hey, where have you been? Where'd you go? What's up?
Oh, I was just taking care of the nobles for the night.
You seem to be getting like really warm and fuzzy with them. What's your story?
Well, I would like to make sure I have a good impression on them.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. That is her job, but like more than usual.
Well, nothing's gonna get done, you know, like tolerating them, you know. I don't think that's the approach you want to do when you need things from people.
Well, since you seem to have a way with them, do you want to help me track down the wine merchant, see if we can't get a few things from him, since there's nothing here in the camp?
Sure. I think you'll be better at the talking than me, though. You did bring him all the way back.
Reluctantly.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, you'd have to leave the little encampment thing here. Also, that gate is totally supposed to be pointing towards the tower. But these kinds of things are a huge pain in the butt to move once you place them. So I figured it didn't really matter too much.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's just, you know, kind of like off of this map, but there's just, you know, more like space back behind the tower and whatnot. Obviously, that's not just the edge of the world. And they kind of like took the caravanners back there, and you can see like there's this one like wagon that they stopped here right after they found out that, like, after they talked to the people that were on the river and were like, okay,
God,
like
you just went.
What?
Into the
You're just gone.
Oh. So, you know, but they were like, well, we're gonna stop this person that was like gonna pass through and go upriver because we like heard like whatever those people on the river were talking about. So like there's one cart stopped there that was not part of your caravan, and then if you go just like kind of a little bit further back past the tower, then you can see the wagons that travel with your caravan and the like the merchants and whatnot that were with them. Oh, and they're not all merchants. Like a couple of them are just like immigrants and whatnot as well. It's an assortment of normal people. But yeah, they're just back kind of like here-ish.
We need to roll a spot check to see if we see him.
Aran is there also. He did not leave.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of a nickname for him.
Elf guy.
No, because he ran so quick. It's just like Lightfoot, Fleetfoot. Hey, Fleetfoot, what's up?
I would have a different name.
What city?
I would have a different name for it.
Oh. He just like pretends not to hear you.
Not a good start to ask somebody for something, but
I'm glad we got you here safe and sound. How are you doing? How's your wagon?
You're just kind of like getting up in his grill.
I'm just gonna go with it. I love it.
Yeah, like smoozing up.
He just kind of like, you know, I mean, for one, he's like legitimately tired, but also, you know, like metaphorically, like turns a tired gaze on you and is like,
is there anything I can help you unload your wagon with?
He's like, oh, nice of you to ask. Sure. And then if you actually go to unload anything from his wagon, he's like, no, don't touch my stuff.
Wow.
It's like, I plan on leaving here at first light. I don't know how you all managed to do anything that you did, because all I saw there was incompetence and danger. But I suppose, yes, thanks for bringing me back to the caravan after I saved my own life. I'm not really sure what you want from me.
Oh, can I roll a diplomacy or a discussion check to say how far he thinks he would have gone on his own?
Well, so like
And then he was
diplomacy
perfectly
specifically
safe.
is like for the purpose of changing someone's attitude. So like
Yeah.
you're welcome to just like talk with him, but yeah, it depends on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to like make him like you, then yeah, that's diplomacy. Or like if you're trying to make him, you know, improve his attitude towards the military or like whatever, then that's diplomacy.
Okay, so yeah, like I'm trying to think of how I would like. Where would you have gone? Like I'm curious to know where were you going?
Well, not there, obviously. I you know, have a responsibility to my master and also you know, my own life, and it didn't exactly look like things were off to a great start there, so I took matters into my own hands. I you know, I realized that your culture may find that distasteful, but you know, I did what I needed to do, and I
By all means, you did what you thought was right.
so listen, we kind of are here because there's no alcohol in this camp, and we were wondering if we could maybe, borrow some.
Definitely make a
lighten the
diplomacy
mood.
check for that.
Okay. Ooh, 22.
No way.
This is why I brought him.
Yeah, boy. That's my boy right there. I mean, we'll
Didn't
give
roll
you a
that
potion,
high
but
for the
he'll give you some
nobles,
wine.
but I got roll that high to get alcohol, I suppose.
Make me a sense motive check while you're at it.
Sense motive
Yeah.
check. I am a lot worse at that. Where's that even at? Oh, there it is. Okay. Ooh, that dice is fine. So that's
Ooh,
a 1.
Can I assist?
I mean, you can make your own.
Oh,
You're both here engaged in this conversation. So what's the total sense motive?
Oh, I have no bonuses, so just what you get is what you see.
You have no
15.
wisdom either?
Nope.
Oh, excellent.
That makes sense.
All right. So he doesn't exactly like hand you a keg, but you know, as and you know, it's more than just literally like Rocket saying pretty please, right? Like there's like a few minutes of conversation that kind of carry on off screen there. And you can see like he hasn't exactly handed it over yet. Like he's still kind of like, well, you know, it's like my job to deliver all this stuff safely, but Alondite, you do kind of notice like the stance is kind of loosening up a little bit. Like, you know, his arms aren't necessarily crossed across his chest. Like his verbiage has kind of softened a bit. You know, if you kind of press the attack, so to speak, you may be able to convince him to pony up.
Hey, you're a good man. It'll make some good sales, I'm sure. It'll spread your wine name.
nothing like exposure for the elf wine salesman.
We'd like to be paid in exposure. Or we'd like to pay you in exposure, I guess, even better. every content creator's favorite form of payment. Yeah, so go ahead and roll us a diplomacy check, Alondite. See if you can seal the deal here.
Okay, so this one actually has a bonus. Diplomacy is +2.
Okay.
Well.
Oh no, hold on. You might have made it worse.
Oh no.
Yeah, 5 or less makes it worse. So yeah, your offer to pay him an exposure does not go well. As soon as you mention that, his face kind of hardens back up again, and he's like, "Look, I will have you know that our brand is very well known. This is a fine elven wine, and I don't think your little band of hooligans is going to do a whole lot to, you know, to improve that standing." You know, I'll thank you to leave me to my night.
How much for a cask?
How much for a cask? Is that what she said? Aren't you like super poor?
Yep.
Hold on.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I hit caps lock on accident.
Okay. Yeah, I was very confused.
Yeah,
I was
my
like,
bad.
wait a minute.
I didn't even know how I did that between saying "aren't you super poor" and then me opening up the tab, but
Maybe you fat fingered tab and caps lock together.
yeah, I might have.
Yes, I am super poor.
Yeah, I could still hear you. You just couldn't hear me carrying on after that. All right, so wine is priced at 10 gold per bottle.
Oh dear.
Oh wow. So a barrel, which is different from a cask. A barrel is 300 bottles. So now we need to find out what a cask is versus a barrel. Because he kind of had, well, I guess the cart doesn't have to be truly representative. In the cart was 5 barrels, but I think we can say like 3 barrels and a few casks on top. That's an easy enough retcon. How many bottles of wine? Okay, hold on. So a barrel is 60 gallons. How many gallons of wine in a cask? Wow. Words. How many gallons of win? I mean, I suppose it works that way. We're crying out loud. Here we go. This is what we want. Oh, right, because for wine, they have different names also.
So says casks usually hold about 1,000. Wait, no, that's not right.
Yeah, way bigger.
That's not right.
Yeah. Okay, so a ton, T-U-N, is 250 wine gallons. So the big ones are probably tons, or maybe pipes / butts, which are 126 gallons. Yeah, so he probably has 3 butts of wine, and then the smaller ones are probably what would be barrels. So a barrel is a quarter of a butt.
Okay, here. How do you feel about going into the blessed wine business?
I don't think I even have enough money for that.
So hold on. A quarter of 126.
If it's 10 gold per bottle, I could buy like 3 bottles. So,
well, okay, yeah, but so there's about 30 gallons in a barrel. We're almost there.
We could resell it as Banaz wine.
that sounds not good. Sounds, what's the word? Like heresy. I don't worship none of those, so would it be heresy? Well, I will be right back though.
So there's about 5 bottles per gallon, and there's about 30 gallons in a cask. So what's that? 150 bottles?
Like 3,000. Yeah.
So no, 1,500.
1,500.
1,500 gold for a cask. I know that bunny trail was not necessary, but it was kind of fun.
I'll be right back.
So he doesn't have any actual bottles of wine?
Oh god, that would be such a pain to travel with. No.
We all have flasks, right? Like mugs.
Gonna try and get him to tap a barrel.
Yes, good point.
Just slide me under the barrel tap.
Can I do one final push for like if he has any samplers?
Samplers?
You can try. Yeah, it's a DC 20 to move someone out of hostility.
I don't know if that's a thing.
Sample each barrel, like sampling like ice cream at a ice cream store.
So is this another diplomacy check?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna push for samples or something. Seven.
He just like straight up ignores you and goes about his business.
I've never heard of your wine. I'm sure it's not that good anyway.
Oh my goodness gracious. Digging a hole.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Welcome back. You're good. We are going to take a 5 or 10 minute break here pretty soon. But I wanted to kind of like wrap this up. It also cracks me up that somehow, like, I promise most of the NPCs that I make are not grumpy. Sometimes, or somehow it just always ends up being the grumpy ones that you choose to try and convince to do things. His mood was randomly determined last session. I'm assuming you were still here when Alondite made him more angry, and then he tried again and got like a 6 or 7 or something. So that did not improve the situation.
Okay.
So at this point, I think it's up to you to maybe you can go back and try and hit up the people in camp one more time.
Mm-hmm. I like to see if anyone has any, like, in the camp.
Yeah.
Stashed away. Okay. Yeah, I'll go do that.
Yeah, I was going to sidle up to the chef. I figured if anybody had a little stash of some grog, it'd be that guy.
Sure. Yeah, make us tell me what you're going to say to him, and then make a diplomacy check there.
Oh, hey there. That looks like some pretty good food, but I'll tell you, I had a real rough trip over here. I just was curious if you happen to have a little drink tucked away somewhere that I might be able to share with you.
All right, roll away.
Diplomacy?
Yeah. Yeah, I think technically diplomacy actually takes like 10 minutes. So again, there's like more conversation that's happening there, but I also don't think we need to spend 10. Oh my God.
That's a 21.
What is it?
21.
Nice.
Solid.
I don't think that we need to role play out every single word that's said to every single NPC. So a brief description and a role is good enough for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's it's like this guy, this kind of big burly redheaded dude, or husky, sorry, not burly, redheaded dude that's like cleaning out this mug here, and he kind of poke, like, kind of casts a side eye, like looks around a little bit, and he's like, you do look a little worse for the wear. It's the troops aren't really supposed to have alcohol around here, but the rules aren't quite so clear cut for those of us that aren't enlisted. So I think I can help you out.
Fantastic. I am also not enlisted, and the wine merchant's a prick.
So he I would say puts his hand around your shoulder, but he'd have to like stoop to do that. So like just kind of like nods his head over towards like the tent that's kind of like in the back corner here, and like takes you back there for a little drink.
I'll recount the tale of the trek across with some embellishments as we share a nip.
Yeah, and he's not exactly gonna load you up, right? Like he doesn't have like a supply, like a replenishable supply or anything either. But yeah, he gives you a little nip.
Yeah.
He's got a personal flask kind of thing, and maybe a bottle or two stashed away back there.
Yeah. And I'll throw him a silver as well for appreciation. Thanks. I could really have used that. Thanks.
He passes it back to you for one more sip when you offer him the coin. He says, no problem. Glad that y'all are safe.
Yeah. So it was touch and go for a bit. Thanks again.
I like that our group, like, as soon as we get to like a safe spot, we're all like, all right, wine, grog, dispersed, go.
Where's the drink? After chatting with him a little, I'll return back to warm myself by the fire.
Sure. Yeah, and he comes out after you after maybe one more swig. I mean, since he's back there, he might as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's a fairly jovial sort. Making conversation both with those of you that are around, and and just with the general people that he shares the little encampment with.
Rubato, did you find your drink?
I found a lovely conversation. Yeah.
Good, because I couldn't find anything in this place.
Yeah.
It wasn't kept by
I'm assuming
certain
eventually
individuals.
the other two, if you make your way back over.
That elf's a real jerk.
Yeah. He didn't have the kindest words for me when we last spoke, so I didn't really want to approach him again.
Stand up. How are you feeling?
I almost feel like this trek out here, I should have just stayed back with the gnomes. For one, I wouldn't have gotten my chest caved in.
Yes, that was unfortunate.
And I might have been able to learn a little more about my family. After having chatted with that elf, it kind of seems like I have some more questions for them.
Oh, they should still be there when we get back.
Well, hopefully they didn't go back to those ruins.
That would be very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Since they're not supposed to.
To be fair, I had more questions about those ruins too, and I wouldn't mind taking a little further peek in there, but
I'll have to talk to my leader and see if they've possibly gone back there to investigate themselves.
not a bad idea. I have a feeling the church didn't do a whole lot.
If they did, they covered something up.
Yeah. But I'm not terribly sad about losing that book.
Was it that bad?
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. It started off okay, and I was like, this is a nice, scare your kids at night story. It got a lot worse.
Mm.
The whole talking to me thing in my head wasn't very good either.
That's disturbing. Did you tell the paladin that it did that?
Which paladin?
The crazy one that doesn't like us. Well, doesn't like me. She's
we are talking hushed hush at the moment too.
Yes.
Yeah. I told her I had a feeling that someone else there might try to read it, and that would not have ended well. So
who do you think would have read it?
Oh, I don't know. She probably would have handed it to some scribe. That's all we'd need is some scribe lose his sanity as he's tried to read that thing.
Fair enough.
But yeah. I would have liked to have kept that first book, though.
Yeah.
Poorly written spells, but I mean.
I think if you find any more magical books, don't tell Alondite.
Nope, I name it again. I'm gonna have to get some.
Or a paladin.
Yeah. Get some little book pockets sewn in the inside of my robes here.
Ooh, I wonder if that super special magic person has anything like that at her shop.
That's a good question.
Angela?
Yeah, she had a lot of fun toys there.
She did.
I like her.
She's quite interesting.
Yeah. So what did I miss?
Well, a lot of failing at throwing and killing things, except for Ava. She's very good at throwing axes.
I can see that. She's got those biceps.
There is one that, we have one still alive, but most of the rest of them got completely obliterated.
We got a prisoner.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not dead yet.
I'd be surprised if it lasts till morning here, but
I have a feeling with all the guards and stuff, they'd be, yeah.
Well, that's more I'm worried about is one of them taking out their frustrations or something.
I don't think they would. They have a chain of command here that wouldn't be allowed.
I don't know. Well, most of the chains of commands I've been seeing recently weren't very good at tactical decisions.
I feel like militia are slightly better at it.
Suppose that remains to be seen. Well, now I need another drink.
Yes. What time is it?
It's pretty late. Like, it's probably like 10 p.m.
I'm gonna head
at
to
this
bed.
point, you've been in camp for a while, so sometime between 10 and like midnight.
Yeah, I head to bed. You should probably get some sleep, Rubato.
I
Yeah.
apologize that the wine venture was not successful.
Oh, dang. I really could have used a drink, too.
He wouldn't even give us samples.
Where are we even sleeping?
Probably just around the
I
fire.
have a tent I can set up if anyone wants to bunk up.
Might be a good idea.
I don't mind getting cozy.
It's a 2-person tent, though, right?
Correct.
Isn't that what we
Real
found? Yeah.
cozy.
So it could be at like, and size categories matter. So it could theoretically be Amras, Rubato, and Ava,
That's fine.
or Amras and one of the medium-sized people.
Let's do the smalls and our knight, and the rest of us can. Well, the other 2 of us could just hang out here by the fire.
I was actually going to go to the tower where I sent the nobles to see if I can find the spots inside there.
I'll stay by the fire then.
Yeah, I was actually going to stay by the fire anyhow. Now that I'm thinking about it. I got some thinking to do.
Oh, Lord. Oh, man. I'm going to go, like, find a corner to kind of hide in while I sleep, though.
Okay.
Like, in the shadows.
In the what?
In
the shadows. Where is Alondite trying to go?
I'm setting my tent up outside because there's no space for it in there.
Oh, I mean, you could, like, they're not exactly going to be training archery at midnight. So, like, that guy can move and that person can move and then it can go there.
Okay.
Does this fire stay lit all night?
It does, yeah.
Perfect.
Do I have to be in a proper facility to train my horse, or can I just like start at any time?
No, you can do it at any time.
No, I'm starting this right away. 5 a.m. wake up.
All right. Remind me, because obviously 1 isn't going to be enough anyway. We'll need to actually like double check DCs and like determine how many successes it's going to take and whatever. So as far as the actual roll goal goes, you and I can do that sometime between now and the next session. But yeah, absolutely. If you want to kick your morning off, everybody else, as you roll out of bed, you see like, I almost said Amras. Alondite's got like the gates open, and remember the gates are actually supposed to be on the side that the tower's on. And he's like out there in kind of that open green space, like, guiding it in circles and like getting up on it and like trying to kind of like race it by the spikes that are by the wall, and then like getting back down and like talking to it, and then like kind of like charging by the guardsman who's got his weapon out, and like working with the horse.
Specifically flames and torches.
Easy enough.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Yeah, we were just kind of kicking things off. Alondite is training with his horse as you wake up in the morning.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure there's nobody that looks skilled in the mystical arts here.
Not in the way that you're probably meaning, at least. There's probably one or two clerics and one or two paladins like spattered among both.
All right, I'm back.
But...
Yeah.
Oh, what's the weather like this morning so I can write it in my journal?
Yeah. So today it is the morning of the 21st day of mid-spring now. No, sorry, that was yesterday. Just kidding. LOL. The morning of the 22nd day of mid-spring. It's still cool, although it's warmed up a little bit from before. And if you want to write it down ahead of time, you can, but it looks like it might potentially rain later.
I wanted to try to catch the wine merchant guy before.
Oh
he
Lord,
left
not this again.
Okay.
And I wanted to like talk to him about like the Elven Kingdom and like if someone wanted to go like proposition like military aid, where would they go? Stuff like that.
Oh, this is gonna go so well.
All right. Hold on. Getting my map. There it is. Oh, nope. That's the player map. I need the DM map. There we go. All right. Yeah, so kind of walk me through it. How are you going to try and kick things off on a better foot today?
I mean, it was Alondite who was the one that made things worse.
You're kind of guilty by association, though.
I'll be like, oh, that Alondite guy, huh?
It's supposed to be team effort. We all go down as a team. It's not just that point of finger. Come on.
That paladin guy is something else, huh?
Do we all go down as a team? Or just like one of us at a time?
Oh yeah, totally.
So you're actually gonna kind of like socially throw him under the bus?
Yeah, I think it's already irreparable at this point, so I'm like, might as well.
All right. Well, yeah, I guess make a diplomacy roll for your opener then.
Okay. Please roll good. Please roll good.
Give me a 1. Oh,
that's pretty good. 18.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'm sorry, Alan.
Hey, it happens.
It's just so easy.
Okay. Yeah, he's not exactly like buddy chum chum with you, but you swing by and kind of strike up a little bit of small talk, and then when he starts to kind of blow you off, you're like, yeah, I'm sorry, like that guy I was traveling with, like, I get it, man, I get it.
And I do. I really do.
And also like Alondite can't hear any of this, right? You're like 100 feet away from there. So you're able to kind of you're able to kind of make a joke about his clanky armor and his bad manners or whatever, and you get a little smirk, and then his facial features kind of fall into a more neutral tone, and he's like, Look, I'm telling you, I'm not permitted to just like hand off like free wine to people, right? Like it's essentially going to come out of my pocket if I do. Like I have to go and like sell this like in cities in Rin and then like bring the profits back to like my master. So like I'm sorry, I really can't just give it out. I wasn't just like being an ass.
Yeah, no problem. I was wondering about something else actually unrelated to that. You're from the Elven Kingdom, I would surmise, yeah.
He just kind of like raises an eyebrow at you.
I mean, there could be elves born here. I'm just saying, I'm not really from around here.
Like he goes, okay, fair enough. I can tell from your accents. Yes, I am from the Winter Woods. Like, what can I do for like how is kind of like stumbles over.
Yeah, I'll be like, I'm kind of looking for my brother, and he came like first here to try and get some kind of like military aid, and I was told maybe he had gone to like the Elven Kingdom, perhaps to ask like, would you know like where I would need to go or like who I would need to ask to maybe like someone he would go talk to?
Make a knowledge check for him. Oh wow, okay. See, my dice don't always hate you guys.
They seem to like me today, like a lot.
Hemras. So he's like, I'm certainly not a military man myself, if you couldn't tell, kind of like pulls on like the hem of his jacket and like, kind of looks down at his like nice shoes and whatever.
Oh, I saw.
So yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily like, give you an in with my cousin who's a like general or whatever, but I guess I can tell you like some places not to go and and some things not to do, and I guess I can also kind of. He's like, well, I don't know if I could just give this out for free, but like, we do also kind of have little like tokens of friendship sorts of deals. So, I am here to make some money. So if you've got a little bit of money, I might potentially be willing to offload something that might grease some palms a little bit as well. It's not going to get you like an audience with the king or anything, but it might get you interrogated less at the border crossing, that kind of deal.
How much are we talking here?
Well, how much do we have here?
Oh, I hate this. I could give you 5. I'll like say like 5 and like try to read this expression while I'm going. But was that the insider?
Sense motive, yeah.
Okay, I'm not very good at sense motive, but that's a 12.
5 gold nog. Yeah, you maybe don't get like the cleanest read on it, but you can definitely it doesn't take a master of manipulation and body language to pick up on his kind of like immediate retraction at that. And he's like, please, this is like I could probably sell this for like 50 or 100 to somebody, but like you can
You mean 50, 100 silver, right?
Then it says exposure. he the little it's just kind of like a little almost like a coin, like little token that he has. He's kind of like, well, perhaps this isn't the most favorable trade that we can make then. I'm still happy to give you a little bit of advice, but this might be, if 5 was your starting offer, that may not be something that we're going to be able to meet in the middle on.
I could do 25. I could do 25.
Is that like what portion is that? Like, do you have 100 and you're just offering him 25, or is that like a good chunk of what you have?
I have 37 gold.
Okay.
So
yeah, I'm just thinking as far as, kind of like the undercurrent of like what you're saying to him.
Mm-hmm. I wish I had 100 gold. That'd make things easier.
If only you had discussed what you were doing with the rest of the party first.
Well, then Alondite might have wanted to come. It'd be kind of awkward for me to be like, maybe you should stay here, Alondite.
So I did pretty well on sense motive for him. So he kind of looks you up and down, and he's like, okay, look, like, 100 would probably be upselling it a little bit. Like, that's probably what I'd try and get it from one of those trio of geniuses that we that we were traveling with, but like, I know you've got a little more in the tank than that. Come on, it's worth at least close to 50. Like, give me your best offer.
Oh dear. How much is a stupid thing you were gonna help me? I don't even know that.
Are you asking him that, or are you like just musing that yourself?
I'm just like thinking that to myself,
okay.
like, but like at the same time, like, if it's gonna help me, what if 25 gold and I have some soap.
That's not actually your counter offer, is it?
No.
Are you calling him stinky?
I have. Oh
yes.
Oh no. I could do 30. I mean, I need some, money to like pay for.
Well, right.
Food.
I mean, and he doesn't know exactly how much you have. He just sensed that you had more than you offered, so he's trying to upsell you.
Mm-hmm. I can't do more than 30. I'm gonna be broke at 30 already.
Yeah, give me a little bit of a speech, right? Like, try and convince him, and then give me a diplomacy roll.
Convince him to give it to me at 30?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, listen, we fought like 6 orcs for you, okay? Now, you might have ran away, but what would have happened if they just rolled over us and then they're like, oh, that guy had a bunch of wine in the back, let's go get that guy next, So, like, you kind of owe me at least a little bit, okay?
All right, let's see it.
Okay.
Come on, baby, come on.
Oh no!
That's a 20.
Oh, is that good?
Hey.
Oh, please tell me that's good.
30-20.
Yeah.
He he was like kind of playing with you, yeah, I mean, like, you're bargaining, right? You're bartering. So he had like kind of gone to like stick it back in his pocket before you kind of like take your last shot at like trying to convince him, and he's like, kind of like nods his head around, like looks up at the sky, and he's like, look, fine. It doesn't change the fact that I think that most of the people you're traveling with are idiots, but frankly, this doesn't do me any good. I had, it's essentially a spare. So you know what? 30 gold, 30 gold.
That might be also a weird time to ask this after I've paid for it. But what exactly is it?
I could look, but I don't remember, do you speak Elven?
No.
Okay.
You know someone who does.
Couple people.
Right, so think the scene from Fellowship of the Ring, right, where they're like, what, like, oh, it's the riddle. What's the Elven word for friend?
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, yeah, this is essentially like a token of friendship. It's a free trade token that will get you out of paying tariffs for, or at least most tariffs for like any supplies that you like, supplies or goods that you bring in and out of the Winter Woods. And generally also, it will, it kind of, there's less suspicion around people that have these tokens. So, you'll probably have an easier time with any interactions you have with like the border patrol or the guard or anything like that.
Okay.
He's like, so like exactly how much is that worth? Like, I suppose that's worth whatever that's worth to you. But like, if you were transporting a lot of goods, like that might be literally like what you just paid me is potentially less than you might have paid in taxes. So like, it might actually be profitable for you. And at a minimum, it's going to make your life a lot easier. Like I said, it's not like. It's not you're not like a bloodbound elf friend now. You can't just like walk up and demand to talk to the king, but like, you're going to have an easier time getting around than a lot of other foreigners would.
Okay. And about where I should not go. And then like I'll just spend time like trying to like pry information out of him, like where to go or where not to go and who not to talk to.
He's like, well, yeah, so the I guess as we already kind of touched on, right, you're not from around here, and you're certainly not from around there. So you probably don't really have any exposure like to the Winter Woods, but they're very large. They're almost as big as the Kingdom of Rin, and have like probably an even bigger border because they don't really abut the mountains like the kingdom does. So it's more of like, when I say where not to go, it's like less of there's like bad places and more of like there are places where you're less likely to find help with what you're talking about doing. I think that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
So hold on, let me grab that. My scan of my map is like, some of the stuff's a little bit harder to read. It's the auto mod that does. All right. So, like, it's still a mod. That's true. So he says, the border like cities of Opeli and Silif are, you're probably less likely to find, you might be able to find people in the military to talk to, but like those are border villages, and so they're gonna have a lot of the same problems that Capstone has, right? Where they're any like military force that they have is probably not really dispensable. And also, like, it's worth pointing out, like, we're not a particularly warlike race. I mean, like we're not as underprepared as like the humans are, but at the same time, we're not exactly in a state of warfare right now. So, you'd want to go like further up potentially to Seuli, which is the capital. I wouldn't recommend that you go northwest to Isri because that's just so far out of the way that they're kind of just like safe there. But if you go like either like up north to the capital, or if you carry on kind of northeast to like Tyrus or Usti, then like one of those kind of that band of cities is like the area where you're probably most likely both to meet like nobles or like higher ranking military people who might be able to make commitments, and also like where there's more likely to be military resources that could potentially be dispatched.
Okay. Thank you for the information.
It's like, yeah, pleasure doing business with you. I hope like the coin, or it's not actually coin. I hope the token like meets your needs, like, and I appreciate you being at least a bit more reasonable. Yeah, for whatever it's worth, like I'm essentially a servant, so like you're not really going to be able to name drop me. I hope that part was clear. Yeah. it's more like that's kind of the benefit of the token, right? Is that kind of like serves as almost like a name drop, but it's a little bit more general.
Gotcha. Well, that's all I needed from you, so safe travels.
It's like, yeah, same. I think I'm going to leave now before I have to get involved in any more of just the general shenanigans that seem to go on around here that I don't really care to be involved with. But yeah, I wish you well. Good luck with whatever you're doing.
Thank you.
And like he was pretty much ready to go, so like he like hops up on his cart and like pretty much leaves.
Heads off into the sunrise.
I like how the whole party is just wilding in chat now because the NPC that they couldn't hear called them idiots.
When it was literally our most successful fight that we've had.
Didn't exactly start that way.
It's a good thing I didn't see our other fights.
Right?
I mean,
None says the token has written on it an archaic elf, and the bearer of this token paid for it, thinking he's now a friend of the elves. What a sucker. It's like those tattoos that you see where people go and get like kanji tattooed without double checking what they mean, and they write stuff like that.
I will bring the token up to like Scath and Scath-Bais, however you say her
I mean,
name.
yeah, I
I'll
do
remember that right.
know Elvish.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll show it to you and be like, do you know what this thing says?
Wait, do you know that Scath-Bais knows Elvish though? In character?
I don't know.
No,
I feel like we found something that was
ears.
an Elvish event at one point. That she and Rubato read together.
I've mentioned that I Elvish.
Yeah, I'll show it to you.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little whereas coins tend to be, especially in this era, they tend to be struck and like tend to have, they're more, I think like coins that we have modernly, right? They tend to have like a short vertical side and then two flat sides. And they might be triangle or octagonal or round or what have you. Old coins also often had holes in the middle of them, so they could be like carried on like string or whatever.
Yep.
So this is not like that. It's more it's more like a dome, I guess. So it's like kind of flat-ish on one side and then kind of like curves up into like a domed kind of like bubble. And then like inside that there's a little symbol that you at least don't recognize. Scath-Bais might potentially. And then there's just like a little inscription that says like border token.
Okay. Do you know what that symbol means?
Yeah, what knowledges do you have, sweetie?
So if it's not from the area, I probably wouldn't put. I mean, I'm Elvish. Half elf.
I forgot you were half elven.
That's how I know Elvish.
Yeah, that makes sense. I forgot that. Yeah, go ahead and make a knowledge local check. The DC will be higher, but might as well shoot your shot.
I find that highly entertaining.
10.
10, yeah. Doesn't look familiar.
Rubato,
Hmm?
check out this coin. I don't have as great of a knowledge of things as you might. Maybe you can help us out. Figuring out what the symbol
Sure.
is.
I'll close my spell book and take a look. What are we doing?
The Baheer has this token here.
Ooh, where'd you get this?
Oh, that wine guy gave it to me.
Oh, are you sure I didn't just find it? It says something about a sucker.
No. He let me have it because he's a good guy, deep down, you know.
Make a bluff check.
Ooh.
I'm not very good at lying.
Me? Me make a bluff check or Baheer?
No, Baheer.
What does bluff go against?
Sense motive.
That's a 6.
Oh boy.
Sense motive?
Yeah.
Mine's a 16.
That's also a 6.
I rolled a 16 total.
So technically what happens when you're making opposed rolls is like the person who's like kind of taking the initiative rolls first and sets the DC, and then the other person like rolls to beat that DC.
Oh, meets or beats.
And yeah, DCs are meet or beat. So believe it or not,
Rollies.
with a 6, you managed to you're maybe not feeling super confident in your read, but you're also not feeling super confident that
what about my 16?
the random elf that was just kind of a butthead to all of you like just handed this over. And yeah, Scath-Bais, I mean, I didn't realize that you were also still there, but yeah, Scath-Bais is like pretty confident that that's
Baheer.
Yeah.
Baheer, is that really the truth, my friend?
I mean, I may have had to do some persuading.
Without persuading being the form of money.
Maybe some.
Did you happen to get some of the wine in your persuasion?
No, I did
Oh
not.
dear.
Uh,
Well,
anyways, what is this thing? And I'll look over it a little closer.
What did you say this thing is for?
He said it would help me get across the border easier
Hmm.
and like be a little like less suspicious, I guess.
Interesting. Do we each need one, or is it just one for everybody?
That probably would have been a good question to ask, but
All right, well,
I didn't.
okay then. That's fine.
Are we crossing borders now? I didn't think we were on the run just yet.
I mean, I think I would like to go when we can, but if we have other stuff we need to do first,
That's okay. That's all right.
That's
Let's
okay,
just okay. What is this? Do you recognize
Fair
this
enough.
symbol, Rubato?
What am I rolling?
What knowledges do you have?
I have Arcana, Architecture, History, Nature, and Planes. I have points in Arcana and Planes.
Just make a knowledge local check then. 10's the highest result you can get for a knowledge you don't have skills in.
And it is.
Oh, that's just really sad.
That's about what I'd expect.
Wait, history couldn't be used for that?
He said he didn't have points in it.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't have any points in it, so.
okay.
That's the saddest nat 20 ever.
I mean, it is a class skill.
Well, and my total 10 didn't give us anything, so
but you have different locals, right?
oh, that's true. We do have different locals. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Continue.
So, yeah, you sit there. Yet again, I'm going to reference that scene, right? Of
That's a good
Gandalf
point,
sitting there
man.
trying to come up with, I don't remember if it's Melon or Balon, but whatever the word is.
Melon.
Melon.
Yeah, Melon. So you sit there for a while and you're like, God, this is just like, it's tickling at the corner of my mind. Like, it looks kind of familiar, but like not an arcane symbol. It's not, I don't really know like my gods that well, but like I don't think it's a divine symbol. Like, and then maybe somewhere along the line you're like, wait, you said, and you got this from the elf guy, right? And Baheer's like, yeah, and you're like, wait. That's totally the borders of the Winter Woods. So it's like not quite a map, like it doesn't have like landmarks and stuff on it, but like the shape is like essentially their territorial boundaries.
Iconography.
Well, yeah, like in iconic form. So it's like, well, I don't have a good way to send that to you right now, but it's also probably not pertinent right now. So just remind me later to give it to you. But very broadly, it is.
Oh yeah. This is to represent their borders.
okay.
It's kind of shaped like a bull's head. Like, not that's like a very bad analogy, but like, think of like a head, kind of oval type shape with kind of like two protrusions that come off from the sides. So it's, I don't know, kind of shaped like that.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks legitimate, and I'll use my thumb to flick it up towards him like you do with a coin.
Yeah, so it ends up
Oh, make
It's the
him
most
have
expensive thing I own.
make him have to roll for that flip. Please make him have to roll for that flip.
I just rolled a 20. It's going to be a 1.
I know.
I mean, so it does at least kind of authenticate it. Like it looks legitimate in that way. But yes, like I said, it's not a full-on map. I guess the other thing that it does for you is if you ever do go to try and get a map of the Winter Woods, then like kind of like you'll know if it's just total crap, right? Like if it doesn't match up with that those borders that you have there, then it's not a legitimate map.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, this thing is like the size of a, quarter-ish with like a domed top. So it's not any map. Even if they tried to put a map in it, it would be so small that it would be essentially useless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what you gave up for that, but it seems legitimate enough.
How much
Too
gold
much.
did you spend on this?
You don't want to know.
Is it most of your rug money?
Yeah, you don't want to know.
It was most of his rug money, Rubato. He spent most of his rug money for this coin.
All right.
I mean,
is there
Most
anything?
of my rug money went to the healing potion,
Mhm. Oh,
I'm sorry, the what now?
The healing potion, but you were dying, Rubato. You were good.
Oh boy.
Alondite got you. And you and Abigail both went down. What's the moral choice? I couldn't bring myself to choose.
I mean, she is kind of cute. Did you go and say hi to her or something?
Oh dear.
No.
Oh dear.
Maybe I could try to set you up with her, Rubato.
No, I mean, I said she's cute. She's not my type, though.
I think he's got a certain gnome back at a Capstone that he'd much more rather get to know better.
Oh, well, I mean, maybe like a fling or something. I just try to get some information.
Anyway, what was
I have my type.
Alondite, what's he doing right now?
Well, so actually, as y'all are sitting there kind of finishing debating about that, well, doors are in my way. Hold on. Yeah. That's funny. We never moved Baheer's character either.
I'm back.
Then Brigit comes into camp to kind of check in with you guys and talk about what's going on. Amaras is AFK. All right.
That's okay. I can do all the talking for you.
Also, I don't have a separate mini for it, but there is a different commander patrolling the walls and managing the troops and whatnot now. It's a woman named Adila. So Brigit comes in, sees that all of you are back in here, because I think you are at the moment at least, and then kind of ushers you to follow her.
I thought did Amaras come back from the tower?
Well, Amaras wasn't at the tower.
No, where was
Amaras?
That's right.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing he's back in from the...
So yeah, kind of ushers you to come out with her. Wee.
Okay.
I've been ushered.
Well, the paladin is away. The mice will play.
Okay, back.
I'm not that small.
Welcome back. All right, there we go. So you all just step a little bit away kind of from where everybody else is, and assembles those of you. Is all right, so I have been up all night with some of the other troops that are here, and I spent a lot of time talking with Jordan and kind of filling him in on what we ran into, and he was also updating me kind of about the general goings on here. Unfortunately, it sounds like although the attack against our caravan was the biggest that they have heard of, they're reporting more and more hostile encounters have been happening between Capstone and Kelen. We have started interrogating the orc, but don't have a whole lot of information there yet. What we did get was some vague mentions of essentially my concern is that they are organizing more and more, and that they may actually be preparing for a full-scale military action instead of just raids and whatnot like this. And he mentioned something that supports my theory on that, and Jordan agrees with me. It sounds like the orc was kind of being coy, but talking about potentially some camps or fortresses or forward bases or supply depots, or we really didn't get a whole lot out of him yet. But this it doesn't sound like random chieftains or random war bands or random raids. And as of right now, at least, our concern is going to be trying to secure the passage between the pass and Capstone. So I don't really have troops to spare for this, but I would like to dispatch your party to like search the area around Capstone, especially to the east and the southeast of Capstone, to see if you can locate, or potentially even infiltrate or eliminate any of these like caches or watchtowers or whatever it is exactly that they have.
Okay. Do you need to give us like a writ or something for that, or?
She's like, well, probably, but we don't usually make dispatches from here. At least not mercenary dispatches. So that's likely something that we'll just have to handle on the tail end of things when I'm back at Capstone.
Okay.
Also,
when will you be back at Capstone?
I travel, so because we're so poorly funded and structured, really there should be another marshal that's in charge of this garrison here, but I'm in charge of both because we can't convince the king or like the Council of Nobles or anybody that this is as big of an issue as we think it is. So my administrative duties are split between both of these garrisons. So I spend the first 10 days of each month in Capstone, and the last 10 days I spend here at Kelen, and then I commute back and forth. So I expect to be back in Capstone. I leave here on the 1st, and then, as you know, it takes about 2 days. So I should be arriving in Capstone the evening of the 2nd or the morning of the 3rd.
I mean, I do have some paper.
It's like, yes, that's not exactly the issue, though. It's more of like we also, I may be the knight commander, but we are all servants in a way to the quartermasters. They're the ones that make the logistics of everything work. And
the main question is, if we finish this, who do we report to if you're not back yet?
Fair enough. Being as at least some of you are here on mercenary purposes, I thought you were asking me about how to get paid. And I was going to say that's easily enough arranged after the fact. I just can't do it now. As far as reporting goes, that would, I mean, any of the, commanders would be fine. But realistically, it would probably be Dunstan.
Dunstan?
Oh, actually, to a more straight to the point, for some that are not here for money, but rather to pay a debt of servitude. And I kind of look at Scath-Bais. How would we go about getting that writ? Are you able to have such a thing written?
It'll just have to be back paid like the pay.
So, yeah, I can write that for you now if you want, because that's, there's no outlay
money
there. But I can also just as easily give you that when we give you your writ of pay at the end. And then she kind of turns an eye on Scath-Bais, following Alondite's gaze, and is like, and what did you do?
I steal things.
You mean stole, Scath-Bais?
Yes, I stole things.
Yeah, she like, I mean, she's wearing armor, right? So there's no pockets, but she like kind of checks her pockets.
I stole something and was further framed for worse things.
Well, I don't find too much sympathy in my heart for getting in trouble for something when you did something else, but I'm also not really I'm not a paladin, and I'm not. I don't have the privilege of pretending to take the moral high ground like they do so often. I have more practical matters to attend to. So
they don't really have a moral high ground, in my opinion.
It's like, well,
they tend to cover things up.
I'm not going to get into that. Well, there are secrets that should be secrets.
Hmm.
And that is true of any organization. But ultimately, my larger point was I tend to be a bit more permissive towards people that are currently behaving well, as long as their misbehavior wasn't particularly egregious. So as long as you didn't like murder an innocent or, you know, do something where I might potentially need to meet justice, like I'm not too concerned with it.
We don't murder.
We don't?
just no. My group doesn't.
Someone might have a
Sorry, I got distracted at the secrets thing. I like secrets.
Rubato, not now.
I think that was the perfect time to get off of the murder topic.
I'm great with secrets.
She was talking more about Scath-Bais not being a murderer, but also like Scath-Bais wouldn't just be on community service if she was a murderer. So
yeah.
Well, I wasn't talking about Scath-Bais either.
Shut up.
Or
well, you see, Orar, he can't disagree.
you'll just have to see my backstory for what exactly I did. Coming soon.
So she's like, yeah, so you know, I need to argue some more with my 3 best friends over there in the tower. And you know, I need to
you should send Baheer with you. He'd probably be very helpful. He's very good with nobles, it seems.
She says, yes, I had a small taste of his silver tongue myself the other night. I certainly wouldn't turn down any help if you think you could actually affect anything, but I feel like this may be a bit outside your purview.
Are we not doing phrasing? I'm glad we were on the same page there.
I don't know if I'd be able to do too much. I tried on the way here and it didn't pan out very well. I could try it one last time, you know, on the way out.
Like you might as well. I mean, what are the chances of you like literally ever talking to those 3 again? Pretty low, probably.
Yeah.
Besides, we can kind of good cop, bad cop it, and I'll go in there and give them a little of the old Brigit diplomacy. Like, you know, you know, she's not. She may be a little brusque, but she doesn't have no sense of humor. She's like, I might give him a little bit of the old Brigit diplomacy,
a woman after my own heart.
And then, you know, maybe you can come talk to him after that.
All right, sounds good.
But yes, would your you know, I would like your band to take this on, as you're already embroiled in all of this, a lot more than normally we would want a group made up partially of mercenaries to be. Or if not, would you at least be willing to you know, courier this message back to Dunstan so he can dispatch like our own forces to pursue it further?
I'm good to check into some things. We have to go back that way anyway to get paid for this whole thing, so you know, might as well check stuff out on the way back.
To be clear, you know, the goal would be for you to do this before you return to Capstone, not to return to Capstone and like get money and go on a bender and do whatever else you might do. You know, time may be of the essence in this situation. So
No, we save the benders for after.
Yeah.
Absolutely. By all means, can we have a map just to survey the region and know what we're up against?
Well, I can certainly, commission them to give you any additional map. Like, realistically, that's probably something better served at Capstone, but I will see if they can add anything to any maps that you might already have. As far as to see what you're up against, that's more of the points, my young knight, is you are supposed to go find that out for us.
Mm-hmm.
Surely there must be some previously scouted terrain. At least we know.
We know about like tree lines and hills and mountains and like geographical features, but we were not aware of any coordinated like orcish building efforts. That's the concern.
Oh no, that should be enough.
Yeah, and if you find yourselves in a position where you can engage, by all means, you're free to do so, but that is not to be done at the endangerment of being able to share your intelligence. So, if you find something that you can wipe out, ambush, steal, what have you, please, by all means, that will further our cause. But if that's not the case, then your primary directive is to return intelligence to Capstone.
Scout with minimal engagement. Acknowledged.
All right. So, not being furnished with any further questions from the rest of you, she holds her sword out, like kind of into the middle of the arc between you, kind of almost calling for like a 3-2-1 break, like at the end of a football huddle, but like with your weapons.
I'll take out my large great sword. If someone has a flail, some guy just limps.
Oh yes, I hold out my flail and I look at it accordingly, and I'm like,
oh dear,
perhaps this is not the best weapon. Would there happen to be an armory on which I could swap out a weapon, or would I have to wait until my return to Capstone?
No, there should, as long as you're not looking for anything too exotic, there should be something here. The garrison, the full garrison here is over 200, I think. Or that's me saying I think. No, sorry, about 150. So they definitely have like supplies and weapons and whatnot. But I'm imagining, so like she holds it out, like Baheer picks up on it, puts his sword out there. You start to kind of clink your flail out there, and then maybe think better of it and turn it around and put the handle in instead.
Yeah.
I grabbed one of my daggers.
Stick my crossbow up.
Oh God! Tell me it's not loaded.
It's always loaded.
Oh jeez.
Ava immediately gets on the ground.
PTSD. So you're legit hitting the dirt?
Yeah, just real low, but still putting a throwing at holding a throwing axe a little bit high.
Sorry. I'll put
so
that back.
when you hit the dirt, she immediately drops to a knee, spins around, and holds her shield up towards what's behind her.
Oh no.
No, there's nothing there. Our wizard friend's just a bit trigger happy with his crossbow sometimes. Quite all right. There's nothing there.
She drops guard back down, and just you just hear the faintest of sighs come out of her helmet.
I've been on the receiving end.
And then she adds her sword back into the pile. So are you Do you not have like a staff or anything? You're actually using the crossbow.
No, I put the crossbow away and pull my staff out instead.
Okay. All right.
You have my sword.
Yeah. She kind of gives a little like, kind of like bounce, and then like holds her sword up in the air. She says, good speed to you, Godspeed to you, if you will. I hope to see you soon, and I, ask that you just depart as soon as you're ready.
Okay, and I'll start walking.
Say, wait! I'm gonna run back and swap out my flail at the armory.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't have to leave like right this second, obviously, but.
Well, it looks like Rubato is.
I'm gonna swing through again to get some more rations.
And I gotta go get rations. I gotta get and a map.
Yeah, you might as well get breakfast served at least. And
You guys didn't eat already?
No, I was trading horse.
Oh, and I also have to go talk to the nobles again before I go.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
So I just walk like 100 yards out and realize nobody's behind. I thought we were going.
We got some other stuff we gotta finish up over here.
Oh, God. Okay.
Is it your deal with the wine?
Oh, no. That's not good. That's not a good room to walk into.
I mean, we knew what this was. For those of you that didn't see, I just rolled a 2 for Bridget's diplomacy check with the nobles.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Oh.
A woman after my own heart.
Yeah, I like this one. You should hang out with her a lot more than the other one.
Before I go in, I'm gonna make sure my clothes are all like really nice and I like clean them off. And sorry. I'll make sure my sword is like nice and like clean and like sharp, and I make sure I have my like signet ring on that's like kind of looks nice. Just like trying to like make myself look as nice as possible before going in.
Okay.
More noble.
Right.
Anyway.
Ah, dang, I can't cast that on him. Friendly face only works on me.
Oh, good thought, though.
I was like, maybe I'll give you a boost. Nope.
You don't have anything else out could give me a boost, do you?
Give you a boost? No.
Oh, okay.
It's mostly for me.
I spell imposter syndrome. All right, so as you kind of like poke your head around, you finish gussying up, and then you kind of poke your head around the tower, and you come over here, and there's like a little bar or whatever that her horse is tied up to, and like Bridget's out here just like working the attack on her horse and just like swearing under her breath and like fuming.
So it didn't go well.
She she just kind of like whirls on you, but then you actually like see her armor heave a little bit as she takes a deep breath, and she's just like, it did not. Good luck.
Okay. I think I'm gonna need it.
I'm going for a ride. And then she like finishes getting her horse ready.
Okay. I'll head on in. Before I go, I'm gonna see if I can get some cups from the cook.
Some what?
Cups.
Oh, I thought you said cuffs. I was like, well, this is not what I was expecting.
Cups.
Okay. I mean, like, they probably have, water or like a highly diluted wine or beer or something like that. But same thing.
I've got it handled.
You've got what? Sorry.
I have my own wine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
I wasn't gonna use it for this, but I was gonna save it for something.
But here's just holding back on us left and right.
I mean, I was gonna save it for like another event, but like now that we're here, I might as well use it. I'll go on in with some cups in my. I'll take out the fine wine that I bought when I started out with the character.
All right.
And I'll take it out and I'll be like, would you all like to have some wine with me? I have some of the good stuff. I know there isn't very much around here.
I'll take a glass.
So they're all, you know, like they just have like the same clothes that they've had. You know, they like slept in their undergarments and then like put their same clothes back on, and like they're, you know, there's obviously not really like great bathing facilities and stuff here, other than just like the river.
Wait, am I separate from this?
Probably.
Yeah, this is just right here. Unless you were, I mean, like if you want to try and
unless
tag
you
along.
want, I was gonna say unless you wanted to come back.
No, I think it's more hilarious that I'm not.
Okay.
But so you all did hear like the conversation of me doing this, so if anyone wanted to come with.
Or yes, please, let's invite Alondite to the diplomacy party. All right.
You know, I'll follow along, I guess. I thought we were leaving, but I'll come along.
Okay.
Also, I heard something about wine.
So you kind of come like swaggering in the door with your cups and whatever, and then like right as you get to the door, Rubato kind of like comes trotting up next to you and gives you a big grin.
Okay.
When it's kind of like too late for you to like say no or try and rebut him, right? Because you're like in the doorway.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll come. I'm like, would you guys like to have a drink with me?
You know, they kind of try and square up their shoulders and kind of, you know, pat down their kind of like now a little bit dirty, a little bit like beaten up, nice clothes, and are like, you know, we could go for some civility around here. There's those bads. That was like 4 syllables to say beds. Those beds are made for lesser men than I, or than us, I should say. So yeah, let's the day didn't start well. Let's see if we can kick off the morning a little better. And just kind of, then they like immediately kind of like crowd you with like hands out for cups.
Yeah, I'll hand them out and I'll like serve the wine to them. I'll pour a cup for Rubato.
Oh, thanks. And can I say before I walked in that I did cast friendly face on myself?
Sure, yeah, that's fine. You had you'd already addressed it not that long before that anyway, so.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it's like +2 or +5 to diplomacy.
+5 diplomacy.
How do I want to address this? I'm not even from here. Like, oh, okay. I gotta think about how I want to do this. I bothered them up with like wine and stuff. How do I want to bridge the gap? And I kind of talk about like, oh, I've heard how generous you guys have been with Capstone and how like this place has really benefited from all you guys' help.
Gonna take that tact, huh? All right. Yes, they especially the 2 ladies are like quite right. You know, we've already done more than our fair share to like pay for this silly little venture. There are always going to be, you know, bandits and brigands and undesirables, and I mean, yes, obviously it was horrific that our caravan was attacked, but you know, to some extent that's just you know, these frontier people that insist on living outside the protection of the mountains. You know, I think that's you know, we've been more than generous with them, and they've you know, it's kind of a occupational hazard, so to speak.
It is. It's definitely just kind of part of the way things go. And you guys had been so generous. You did, after all, allow me, in my poor state, to use your cart, and I do thoroughly appreciate it.
And kind of as they're kind of, you know, the 2 of them are kind of trading off through that those couple like sentences of explanation there too, when they say, you know, we've been we've paid more than our fair share or whatever. Jackson kind of like chokes back on his wine a little bit, and he's like kind of like beats his chest a little bit. And he's like, it's like, more than your fair share. That's the line you're gonna go with, ladies. Even after all of this, you and I know good and well that our barony has laid out more money towards this project than either of yours. And I am of the opinion, actually, at this point, that if you all don't step it up, that it may actually just be time for us to reduce our own contributions, so that that our kind of percentage of taxes is equal to yours.
Speaking, I'd be like, it'd be such a shame if like this capstone ended up like the old capstone. Like I went and saw that place. Horrible. Whoever invested in that place, you could really see how it reflected on their character. It would just be horror. Like, I would hate to see the optics if the current capstone ended up falling to orcs and you guys were the ones paying for it,
During this, I'd like to see try to sense motive on the two ladies to see if it seems like it is true he's the one who's putting the most money in when he came out with that rebuttal.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, after all, it's not like, everywhere else gets some
16.
benefit from capstone existing.
16 was the final?
Yeah.
It does seem to be true. You don't really have a local that would make sense for this. I'm not even going to call for a knowledge check, but for like out of character context, like the barony of Solara, which is the central barony of the three of them, which is what Jackson represents. He is not the baron, to be clear, by the way. It's not him.
He's a representative.
Yeah, he's just like a lesser noble that's here as a representative. So the barony of Solara is like geologically the closest to both the pass and to Capstone, but also is where the capital of the kingdom is. So that's kind of like the context. Like I said, it's more just out of character knowledge, but the other baronies see it as more like, well, you can pay more, so you should pay more. And like, and so then he of course sees the opposite, sees it as like an issue of fairness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
To be fair, or to be clear, we are talking about percentages. So like he is right. Like their barony is paying a higher percentage of their taxes to
do you want me to roll diplomacy as to like what I said, or
so I was gonna say what
we're also muted again.
What the heck? Okay, there's gotta be, I must have like a secondary hotkey or something. I don't know what happened there. Because I didn't even have my hands near that.
Weird.
Yeah, am I typing in caps or not caps? I don't know what happened. So I was just thinking how we want to kind of go about this, because otherwise you could just theoretically try infinitely unless you either win or like fail so hard that it falls apart. So I'm thinking maybe like 5 rolls total as you kind of like try and talk your way through this.
Okay.
And then we'll see like kind of where you're able to navigate that to, and like what their final attitude is the proper
So the
term.
main goal I have is to make them feel like heroes, kind of like, yeah, we're gonna give money. You know what? They'll all love us after that, Like, that's kind of the goal. It's like boosting their ego real high here.
Sure. Is that you mean you want to set kind of like a different goal for each of the 5 roles, or you mean that's kind of like your overarching plan?
Like my overarching plan is to make them feel like, like they're not obligated to, but like doing it makes them look like really, really good,
Right.
to like other people. And if like Capstone were to like end up like the other Capstone, you know, that wouldn't reflect very well on them.
Right. So since I'm calling this 5 rolls, I'll let you guys kind of decide how you want to go about that. You could collectively make 5 rolls, or you could have one person make 5 rolls and the other person aid another to like help and add a +2 to those rolls.
Well, I currently have a +8 to my diplomacy.
A +8, so you would have 10 if I helped you.
I theoretically have +2, but we all know how that goes.
+2 only matters if your dice like you. But I mostly came in to just assist you.
Yeah, from a roleplay standpoint, it makes more sense to me that Baheer would be the main person making the check, but I'm fine with you like metagaming it a little bit if it's the significant.
Maybe
difference.
like
what's
you do?
What's your bonus on Baheer?
Yeah, I was gonna say, could I roll like 3 and then use Rubato? Give Rubato +2 for 2.
We'll work with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of what I meant. That was like option 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll aid you for the first 3 here.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
So,
dear.
well, okay, wait, hold on.
Okay.
No. So we're gonna like have a little conversation and then make a roll, and then like have a little conversation and then make a roll.
Oh, gotcha.
So yeah,
All right.
so none of those count, and I would have said that whether they were high or low. So like roll 1 dice for like what you've said so far.
Okay. That'd be 16.
And
with the +2.
Well, yeah. So Rubato needs to make an aid at another check, which is a DC 15 in diplomacy.
DC 15, and what is it rolling with?
Diplomacy. So you're making a diplomacy check, but you are not like performing your own diplomacy. You just have to beat a DC 15 diplomacy to add 2 to his.
And that's a 17.
Okay. Okay, so then what does that make Baheer's total roll, including his bonus?
Mine would be 16. Could I get +2, right?
Yes, yeah, aid another gives 2.
Yeah.
So so your own bonus, whatever that is, and then an additional 2.
Mm-hmm. So 16.
You sense you've got a bit of a conversational foothold, so to speak, but the 3 of them kind of like all side eye each other, and they're like, oh my my dear child, do you think that old Capstone was destroyed by orcs?
Well, no, not orcs, but
because
whatever did it.
Right, but that was kind of the implication, right? Of like, well, it happened before, like it'd be a shame if it were to happen again. So they kind of like nitpick your argument a little bit, but you can see, you know, they didn't like totally shut you out. They're just like, they're not quite buying what you're selling yet.
And I mean, think about how good it would make you look, you know, if like an invasion did happen, you know, Capstone could give you guys all the credit for being able to give them all the resources that they needed.
It's true. I'm not even from here, and I've heard that there's been great support as it is. And I've come to hear that a lot of that support was from you.
The 3 of them like kind of eye each other a little bit, and you see kind of like a tilt of the head, like they kind of think, and Evelyn, which is the one in the green robe, is like, you know, it would look pretty good on the 3 of us specifically if we were the ones that were responsible for orchestrating this success, because right now, like we're all just kind of here. I mean, I'm talking for myself, but let's be honest, it's probably the same for both of you, indicating the other two nobles. I'm here as kind of a kind of a peon job, like almost kind of a punishment, practically, right? I don't want to be here. Like none of you want to be here. I know Jackson like blusters about like he thinks that he has some righteous point here, and he's like, well, I do. She's like that. But like ultimately, none of us really want to be involved in this or wanted to be involved in this. But maybe it's more of an opportunity than we were thinking it was.
Exactly. You could be pioneers of the new frontier. Maybe, one of you'd be even lucky to get your own barony.
It's true. Imagine your own names being associated with this.
Go ahead and roll your whoever's going to be the main and whatever for your second round here.
Okay, here we go. Oh no! Oh no! It's okay. We got 3 more rolls. We're about to. We got 3 more. Okay.
I don't think I need to roll the 8 on this one.
We got 3 more. We got 3 more.
Unless the fail makes it worse and they stop talking to you. Oh no!
I poisoned their wine. Only I have the antidote.
That's really awkward because conversationally I was I was like, the conversation was trending towards being more successful than that. Okay, I got it. So they as they're kind of mulling it over, then Jackson, who's got his little cane and everything there, no less. He kind of like stepped back and like kind of points at both of them, and he's like, "Yeah, but you two, like I assume that you want equal credit for non-equal contribution, no less. And I think really we need to solve that before we get past any of the rest of this. I think if anything, I should be the I don't know senior partner in all this or what have you. But I think I think the two of them trying to say that we all should get some additional credit for all of this is kind of underlying the fact that that we're being taxed unfairly for this whole project.
Oh dear.
Now those are the kind of numbers we can definitely get into if we need to see, how are we going to be doing this? If we're going to be putting all 3 names equal, then we can discuss that. Or if, we were going to say if someone wants to spearhead it and put more in, there's something we could discuss about that as well.
You could think of it almost like a competition, who can be the most supportive while also being the most profitable,
That's an excellent point.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, well, clearly that's already me. So what are you offering me again? And they both try and get kind of like huffy about it. Like they know that he's right, but they still like they don't want to admit it.
That may be as it is now, but that could change here with our new plans.
Perhaps the other two can kind of help pick up their weight,
He like firmly plants his hands on his hips. He's like, yes, perhaps they can, and just like looks back and forth between the two of them. He's like, I find it especially egregious, I must say, that sorry, hold on, note checking really fast because I'm bad at names. That Christine has managed to kind of sneak her way through this whole thing without an equal point of contribution when Capstone is technically part of her own barony? Why am I paying the most? If anybody should be paying the most, it should be her. Well, not her, obviously, but the people that she represents.
What does Christine have to say about that?
She kind of like turns red and kind of like kind of huffs and blubbers and is like, well, it's you may say that they're part of our barony, but we all know that that Aran exerts an undue amount of control on Capstone, despite the fact that it is not part of the barony of Solara. And I think if they're going to force out all these favorable trade deals and whatnot for a town that isn't even under part of their purview, it's only fair that they pay a little bit for that.
And think of the future as well. That's the big trick here, I think, is thinking of the future, Jackson. If you're continuing to pay into this and helping support Solara, imagine the political ties that could be built there. Specifically, I'm talking about your name. Not necessarily your baron themselves, but yours.
I think that's probably enough of a conversation. Let's go ahead and do our next round of diplomacy. And I think probably have Rubato be main on this one.
What I was thinking as well.
Okay, that's not horrible. You get +8.
Yeah, that's still 13.
That's... Well, mine would have been 21. That's unfortunate, but
Yeah.
So
15.
15.
How do you guys have such good bonuses and roll so poorly still?
I know.
It's also one other quick meta note. It's really sad that it's these two characters specifically, because there's actually like a whole meta plot point about how somebody may be actually trying to kind of like subvert the political structure and use Capstone as a lever to create a fourth barony. And just neither of you would have any reason to know that, since you're both foreigners. And you kind of even sort of touched on that a few minutes ago when we were talking, but like it doesn't make sense in character for for you to try and capitalize on that, because you just wouldn't know that. All right.
It's 15 still.
I mean, the last one was 16, right?
Yeah.
How much time would you say has passed during this discussion?
I mean, I'm pretty sure technically diplomacy is like 10 minutes. So it's been like
geez. Okay, so I could have gotten my sword and then walked through to get a map, right?
Yeah, I mean, the more realistically, they're just gonna like add a few extra details to whatever map you already have.
Well, it's more of like me entering and then catching their phrases and like seeing if I would have added something about the church involved. Just totally making it worse.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, that's up to you. They've certainly been here long enough for that.
You
Pretty sure they don't want me there.
Alondite's just sitting there listening at the door.
Been like knocking and waiting.
Can I come in?
You guys been making it worse already, so.
Sorry, I'm coughing really bad. I don't know what's happening. What's that word moving at the door? I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, that being said, it's not like the other two of you lose your agency when you see Alondite come in. Like, what do you do?
I ignore Alondite. What if you guys like formed like a partnership with the three of you? Of course, Jackson might be the lead for a little while, since of course he pays more than the two of you. That's only fair. But if the two of you both work together, maybe not all decisions will be only up to Jackson. I'm sure both of you together contribute more than him. So it wouldn't be totally a one-way street, would it?
Okay, I don't know how this is going to go, but just in passing, as I'm going up the stairs, I catch a little bit of the conversation. I say, or you could leave it in the hands of the church, donate to the church, and have them control it.
Don't do that. I think you three would know way more about where to put it than the church.
Donate to your church. Give them lots of funds.
Yelling from upstairs. Now, I know very little about the church, but they seem to be running things there as it is. So at the very least, there's somebody to have a talk with.
I might just be being thick-headed, but I'm missing what your implication is there. Sorry.
Me or Rubato?
No, yeah, Rubato.
Oh, I was just saying exactly what I was thinking.
Well, right, but like, what you're saying that like maybe you should talk to them about it or whatever. Like, what would to do what?
Just saying that like for support and things like that. Since it seems like they're kind of in charge there as it is, there'd be the kind of people you would want to have chats with.
Got it.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
No, I don't know how much of that is intentional, but definitely worth a consider.
So how about that partnership idea, you know?
Yeah, so Alondite managed to kind of barge through during a lull in the conversation and add his 2 cents worth. You've got 2 more tries. How are you going to try and bring this home?
Like, try to convince them that, like, obviously Jackson would be able to be, like, the leader of the, like, group, because he pays the most. But they both together would pay more than Jackson. So it's not totally only Jackson, so they still have a say in what happens. It's like, know what I mean?
So are you trying to promote essentially just that like he should just lean into it and like try and capitalize on the fact that they're the top supporters?
More like Jackson being the top supporter, meaning like, it'd be fair that he would lead like the 3 of them in a partnership. But the other 2, if they work together, then they can still like override Jackson. Yeah. So like Jackson would have like most of the authority, but like if the other 2 like completely disagree with something, them together contribute more than he does. I hope. And then therefore they would have a bigger say.
I see what he's saying. If the 2 of them combined contributed more than Jack, whatever, then they would have more of a say if they contribute more money.
Well, yeah,
combined.
Sort of, yeah. So that actually kind of harkens back to the overall governmental structure, which is like that the kingdom has a king, but it is also I'm drawing a blank on the name right now because we've been live for a while. Not the Council of Elders, but dang it, I can't think of the word I want. But the ruling council is made up of 3 seats, being the king, the high priest, and the collective vote of the barons. So like there's 3 baronies, right? You're probably noticing a theme here. There's 3 baronies, and the barons collectively vote. So then like a majority of 2 or more of the barons create a vote or an opinion or whatever, and then that opinion becomes like one of the 3 opinions of like the ruling council. So like the barons and the church can overrule the king, or like the king and the barons can overrule the church, or like what have you. So so what you're suggesting is very much like in line with the general governmental structure. I'm just trying to think of how that benefits these people in particular. I'd probably say like Jackson will remember that. So the two of them do, however, kind of give a bit of a sly smile, and they're like, that's a really good point. If we were able to make this happen, I mean, it's not like Solara can just pull out their support completely. Like that would look really bad for them. So if we were able to, kind of structure this thing so the three of us have a little bit more control and in Capstone, I guess if poor Jackson found himself outvoted 2-1, then that would just be too bad for him, wouldn't it?
Well, okay.
And then the two of them are kind of like, they're kind of like nodding at each other, and they're like, yeah, like they're getting into this.
Okay, that's not what I intended at all, but
no, but I like where it's going.
Oh dear.
So yeah, try your fourth, which is going to be Baheer's third roll of diplomacy.
Okay, please.
Jackson, of course, protesteth much.
Bad. I want this so bad. This isn't even my country. Oh, let's go!
Oh! Nice.
I'm still gonna roll to aid.
It actually could matter, yeah.
That's a 25.
Ooh.
Holy crap.
That's a 27.
Yeah, 26 from me.
So Baheer's total result is 27 then?
Yeah.
Bringing it back. We're bringing it back.
The Talespire gods, listen to me.
Oh my god. If you guys had only just not failed epically at some of the other stuff earlier, you might have been able to move them all the way to helpful. When someone is hostile, which, like, they are not hostile to you in like a combat sense, but they are like hostile to the idea that you are espousing. It's a DC 20 to move them from hostile to unfriendly, a DC 25 to move them from hostile to indifference, a DC 35 to move them from hostile to friendly, and a DC 50 to move them from hostile to helpful. Now that's in one jump, and that's why we're making multiple attempts here. So so in that one go, I mean, Jackson's certainly less a fan of it, but the overall conversation has definitely moved to a place of much more neutrality. He's angrier, but the two of them are happier, so it's a net gain for sure.
And remember, you already did say that none of you actually wanted to be here doing this. You all have other important things to be doing. But if this were to work, it's like dressing for the job that you want, not the job that you have. Adding your names to this could help elevate your political stand.
Yeah, we've been fairly long-winded so far, so I don't think we need more than that for the last roll. If you want to go ahead and make your, I'm assuming, Rubato leading the last one.
You got this, Rubato.
Before you do, just for funsies, so to give the stakes, when you are starting at indifferent, it's a DC 15 to make someone friendly and a DC 30 to make someone helpful. So if Rubato rolled really well and Baheer helped him, what would that actually give you? Like, what would your best possible result be? Could you make them helpful?
30 would be my best.
Wow. All right.
You're also at 20.
Yep. Oh. That was almost a 1, though.
It was.
I don't help you.
Ooh. Okay, so what does that make your total?
15.
On the dot?
Yep.
Wow.
That's friendly, right?
Yep. That makes them friendly to your idea. Which I'm going to interpret as the two ladies being like more or less fully bought in and Jackson being very grumpy.
Fine by me.
So so the group's collective feeling towards the idea is friendly, and that's 2 people that are helpful and 1 person that's not.
Mm-hmm.
So they're as you kind of spout that last little bit of wisdom off, and the two ladies look at each other one more time, and they're like here, and like go to like clink their mugs, at least together with each other. You can join or not if you want, or cups, whatever.
I'll join, yeah.
Cups.
Mm-hmm.
And like Jackson just like curses and like goes stomping off up the stairs.
It's your time.
Okay.
And then I'll sit there and just chat and drink this lovely wine I suddenly came upon.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that's just a holding place. That's definitely not like the interrogator and the goblin and Jackson and Alondite chilling there. Just getting them off screen.
We did it, Rubato.
All right, so I'm assuming you just mean you're going to spend another like half an hour just kind of like conversing and drinking and whatnot.
Yeah, ironing out some of the details, you know.
Okay. Oh man, if only you guys hadn't botched the beginning of that so hard. That was really close. That's still really cool though. Don't get me wrong. You made 4 out of 5 attitude changes. So.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess there are 5 levels, but you obviously start in 1, so you made 3 out of 4 changes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, well done. That may have some actual like legitimate long-term political ramifications. It'll take a little while for that to play out, but that's interesting. Well, since you typed it, that's not in character. Are you actually going to try and hit up Jackson again, Alondite?
No, I'd probably make it worse.
Do it.
Yeah, he goes upstairs and like throws his cup and is just like, like yelling into a pillow, like kind of thing.
Wait, is your Arnie hostile?
I suppose it depends on exactly what you're thinking. He'd be somewhere between unhelpful and hostile.
Oh, I can't make it worse. Okay, fine. I'll say it anyway.
Yes. Yes. I have faith in you.
He's so tilted. He just kind of like sputters out some like, you just like, yeah, I know you think you're some like the hot shit now because you got knighted, but like it's not that hard to get knighted and your opinion doesn't mean anything, and like and just kind of like generally like raging and like not really like kind of sort of making sense, but like not really fully like. And then eventually he just kind of like yells at you. He's just like, get out of my sight.
Well, it didn't exactly go as planned, but we turned the 2 against the 1, so.
I mean, it works for me. I wasn't really sure what you were doing. I just following your lead.
It worked out.
Also, I'm assuming that was a 15 diplomacy from Alondite for what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when someone's hostile, unfortunately, it takes a 20 to make them to advance them. So a good try, and maybe he like listens to you for a fraction of a second before he's just like, get out.
Do I hear that from down the stairs?
Probably.
I would advise you leave the presence of the orc.
Yeah, like that's not actually there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just moving those things to like get them, since for the most part we were just using the first floor. I just like moved them so they weren't on the first floor. Because there's actually like 4 or 5 floors, I don't remember. And I just figured we weren't going to be doing enough in the tower to like spend a bunch of extra time decorating inside of it or like move them around or whatever.
Well, I guess he won't be donating to the church.
All right. Oh. That was a lot.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. I think, broadly speaking, that puts us to a good point to wind down here the session soon. But let's take a few minutes and kind of wrap up any thoughts. If there's anybody else that wanted to do any role playing, if you want to try and get any additional rations or whatever, we might as well just kind of like get all that out of the way since we're here already and it's not super late IRL.
We did sleep, so my hit points actually went up to 4, correct?
They definitely went up. I'm trying to remember what the natural heal rate on that is. Is it 1 or is it 1 per hit dice?
I thought it was 1 per level.
Yeah, that's what hit dice means. You spend hit dice to buy levels of things.
Are any of you guys good at hunting?
Oh yeah, I shot many squirrels.
Sword though?
That's what I think, Idris. But yeah, it's been just long enough that so many of these little rules that it would have just been top of mind for me. Now I can't quite remember. Okay, and strangely, a Google search didn't just like turn that up. It did, however, turn down for what?
Well, Rubato, would you care to go hunting with me since I have no rations?
I mean, I have rations.
Well, I don't mean to impose on you, so...
Well, yeah, I guess I don't know how long we're going to be out. I suppose I could teach you how to shoot a squirrel.
They had max health damage. They did not have ability score damage.
That'd be helpful, considering I usually only shoot things bigger than 4 feet wide.
You've never shot a swamp rat?
No. Usually the biggest thing I've shot is a turkey or deer.
Well, I suppose we're going hunting.
I found it. It says with a full night's rest, 8 hours of sleep or more, you cover 1 hit point per character level. Any significant interruption during your rest prevents you from healing that night. If you undergo complete bed rest or entire day and night, you covered twice your character level and hit points.
What section is that in? I don't.
It's under injury and death in combat.
Oh. I definitely would not have thought to look for it there.
I thought one of the commands was like healing or something, wasn't it? So you have
actually, yeah, I think it might be. Do !D&D commands. I think the one we're thinking of might be the one for like death saving throws or first aid. Yeah, it's dying. That's what we were thinking of.
That does take you there, though. The link.
Yeah.
Does still take you to
the same. And I found it.
Yeah, 1 hit point per character level.
Yeah.
So he should be at full.
No, because he was at
5.
3, right?
He'll be at 5.
So he'd be at 5.
Yay.
Yeah, I did when I started making those bot commands, I actually tried just pasting the rule in there, but it's like crazy how much a Twitch chat box gets filled up with even just like one rule like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like 3 max length messages, like it completely filled from top to bottom of the chat box, and I was like, oh, that's obnoxious. I'm just gonna put the link there. As your main enemy as a cleric, DMs that kept ambushing you during sleep. Oh, I mean, I've definitely done it, but for me, that's a randomly generated thing. Like, I'm a big fan of encounter tables, which mainly we can thank /blame Thadris for. So there are situations or environments or whatnot where you are more likely to have encounters, but it's all random. So like you might be able to sleep out right in front of the enemy's watchtower and never have an enemy, and you might be sleeping in the comfort of a relatively safe city and have like 2 in one night. Oh god.
So we're going hunting, are we?
Absolutely.
Oh, missed opportunity. Amras, you're supposed to go. Let's hunt some orc.
Oh.
No, I don't think orc is very good to eat.
Meat's not back on the menu.
Yeah, thank you, Atma. We need to add some more, but we have a couple of the ones we frequently run into at least. You used ChatGPT to find it and then went and verified. That's actually a great idea. You know what you're talking about. You've never made random anything tables. Okay, so are you wanting to go and like hunt for an animal to try and produce your own food? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, that's easy enough. That's a survival check.
Let's see if maybe Scath-Bais wants to come too.
But not Ava.
And Ava?
I was just going to say Ava.
And I just said that just as you cut me off, I swear.
Yeah, I'll join.
Awesome.
So
Bye, Baheer.
See ya.
Baheer's like, peasants, huh?
I've got to de-stress.
Baheer's like, I need a smoke.
Finish the rest of that wine bottle.
Yeah, gotta finish off.
All right. And
yeah, so
hunt.
who's leading the hunt?
Not
I think
me.
our scout should lead. Or
Yeah,
our best
even-
tracker.
Yeah, Ava can go in front.
Yeah, make us a survival check to find an aminal.
Oof.
Probably still better
10
than mine.
total.
Oh, yep.
You can definitely help each other, but it's also that would like generally most set DC type things go in increments of 5. So even if you both help her, it would be 14, which probably wouldn't change the result. That's amazing, Malcator. And reminds me vaguely of a different campaign we had in this exact same world where the two characters on watch both had like an average of like -3 to spot and listen, and managed to get snuck up on by a zombie minotaur, which by the way is impossible, but they managed it anyway. And then it rolled a crit attack with its huge great axe and dealt lethal damage to the barbarian that was on watch. All right, let me find. What's poached in the king's lands? I never really hunting isn't disallowed. I know, like, I understand that was a thing, at least in like certain, like the King's Forest or whatever, but I always felt like it was overly cumbersome for a D&D game. There might potentially be like a small grove or, like essentially like the King's Ranch where he goes and hunts, but like not just going to be like all forested areas, all the King's, off limits hunting ground. And I forget, Ava, do you have the track feat? Or are you just like really good at spotless and search, survival, etc.?
Not the feat, just my survival modifier is +5.
Okay. Yeah, because like tracking specifically is a thing. And then, so like you can generally survive and then you can like track down an animal. That was the petting zoo. Baheer has the track feet.
That's even.
Okay, so you fail to find, like a deer to go and hunt so you can bring it back and hack it up for like 20 rations or whatever. But you can still do what's called Get Along in the Wild. It's a DC 10. You move up to half your normal speed while hunting and foraging. No food or water needed. And you can provide food and water for one other person for every 2 points by which your check result exceeds 10. So actually, if the two of you help her, then like collectively, the three of you can find 3 rations worth of, whatever, squirrels, berries, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, we wouldn't. 3 rations each or 3 total?
No, 3 total.
Okay.
Yeah. If you work together, like sometimes you can, if you can get like a 25 on that, like, yeah, you can find 8 rations or whatever, but squirrels? People totally eat squirrel.
I think I heard a squirrel over here.
But, rabbit, squirrel, gopher, like whatever, small game.
That's a 10 for me.
What is this, survival check?
Yeah.
It's just 8.
8? Dang it. All right. So a little rough. The 3, and I think technically that's supposed to be like an all-day activity while you travel, but we can. I think if you're going out and like specifically searching for it, we can say that it doesn't take as much time. For the horrible rolls, dude, they got like, I don't even remember, like 4 of the first 6 rolls tonight were nat 20s, and then it was all downhill from there. Ever seen the reality show Alone? People eat squirrel. Yeah, exactly.
We have. I think we've seen that.
I don't think that was directed at us. That was
got it.
Either Malkator or just in general. But yeah, people totally eat squirrel.
Squirrel, rat, mice, whatever.
Okay, so the 3 of you, well, and I guess too, we can kind of say this happens like at least somewhat concurrently, although Alondite was in the tower, but like semi-concurrently with the whole drink and chat party schmoozing that was going on in there. So you guys go out on like an hour-long-ish expedition, so that way you make it back to camp, still fairly early in the morning, and like probably only a little while after Rubato and Baheer finish up with their thing. You did essentially only find like some berry bushes though. Like you get whoever can have it or whatever, but you get 1 ration's worth out of it.
Oof, that's rough. I'm gonna have to do some more during the trip back.
So yeah, that's kind of the whole point, right? Is like when you're traveling. So just like today we're traveling up to the northeast-ish. You can just say like we get along in the wild, and then you cover half as much ground, but like as you go, you like forage and hunt and like get food.
Didn't you schmooze up to the chef a little earlier too?
Baheer did, not me.
I didn't really talk to the chef. I just grabbed cups.
What? Yeah, you did. You convinced him to sell you leftovers.
Oh, that's right. I did do that.
You goober.
I mean, I schmoozed up to him too, but I don't need rations, so.
That was a lot of conversation to go.
So yeah, it is worth considering, right? And I'll flash the map up here. So the area that he wants you to go to is like more or less, because you're by the tower right now, right? So you're on the southern end of the river, or the southern side of the river. So so Brigit wants you to go like east northeast, like through the forest there, and then essentially kind of like circle around, because like the kind of empty area like right below my finger, that's kind of more or less where the ruins of old Capstone are. So she wants you to like essentially sweep like all the way around and like go up through the forest and kind of like around old Capstone and like then back down to Capstone and just kind of like versus like traveling like you guys were doing before, right? Like you went from Capstone to Old Capstone. She wants you guys to like, kind of like zigzag and like track and like hunt and like see what you can find. But realistically, like that trek that's probably like a 5-day trek.
3-hour tour.
Assuming that there's no other slowdowns or anything. So you definitely are going to need to sort. Either it's going to take twice as long while you get along in the wild, or you need to sort out something for food before you go.
Okay. The way I see it, guys, is that we're already looking anyway, that we're just looking a little harder.
Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to the chef.
I also at some point will go talk to Bridget and give her like the lay down of what happened.
Oh right, yeah. She probably won't be back for like another hour or so. She's blowing off some steam, but
I'll just use my earlier rapport
with
having some drinks with him to try to see and discuss that we're going on this trip for Bridget and the crew to see if I can procure any more food.
Okay. Yeah, he's like, it's my job to pretty much to provide daily food. I'm not really the quartermaster, so I don't really, they bring me stuff and then I make stews or what have you, and then we have leftover or we don't. There's being as there's about 150 mouths to feed here on a normal day. A portion of them is out scouting and a portion of them is out hunting at any given time. So as far as what I have available, one of your friends is already kind of picking up a little bit of the leftovers that we're able to scrape together, but I don't usually have like supplies in that way. The tower itself does have like its own quartermaster, and he might be able to outfit you a little bit more in terms of like a large quantity of rations like you're talking about.
Well, thank you for the info. I hope you do well out here.
It's like, yeah, thank you. I do all right. I make enough to send back to the family, and I tend to come out here on kind of a rotation, so that way we're not away from home for all too long. But it's good to be out here supporting the soldiers, and I make enough to make it worthwhile. Not going to get rich anytime soon, but lead a happy life.
That's the way to do it. I wouldn't be out here too if I didn't have to be. Oh, Alondite.
Yeah.
Go talk to your quartermaster.
I have one here.
Yeah.
You do now.
Yeah, I mean, this garrison is like 15% the size of the one in Capstone, but it is still the second biggest garrison in the kingdom.
Oh, I'll go look to my...
Which is kind of the whole point, right? To put that into perspective for this, or sorry, not just that one. For this whole area, so everything west of the mountains and even the little bubble outside where Capstone is, that entire area has a standing like military of like 1,200 people.
I'll just tell Alondite a quick rundown that the chef said we should go talk to the quartermaster for food or rations. That one's on you, bud.
That's kind of the heart of the whole problem that they've been driving at, is because the kingdom is otherwise more or less peaceful. Like there's a garrison here at Kelen, and there's a garrison at Capstone, and like that's pretty much it. Like other towns might have constabulary or like town watch or that kind of thing, but those aren't really trained fighting forces.
Oh, wait a minute. Did they say it was a church quartermaster or a regular quartermaster?
It's a militia quartermaster.
I didn't specify, though.
Oh, I don't have any benefits with a regular quartermaster. I'm poor.
We're doing work for Bridget, right? You're a knight now.
Yeah, but I don't have any benefits with them. I have a benefits program with the paladins.
Ava might be able to go because she works for
That's
them,
true.
kinda, right?
So I'll step in here really quickly. Well, so like as a point, part of the way that things are structured is like paladins or clerics, although that would be much more out of character for them. But clergy folk can just like assume command of troops. So like even in a structured militia, like if they're I don't know, whatever. Like if somebody came riding up to the pass right here and was like, oh my gosh, like there's a band of orcs like marauding out there, like we need to go get them. If like for whatever reason, like Brigit and Jordan like weren't here or like whatever, like Alondite, even though he's only level 2, could be like, hey, like you squad of people like with me now, we're going out to deal with this. So like even like clergy folk who aren't like actively engaged in like military maneuvers like have a essentially de facto power to command troops, like in kind of like emergency powers sort of thing. So like not that you would necessarily like politically, so to speak, you don't necessarily just want to storm into the tower and be like, give me 40 rations, but like you do have some degree of like, as a paladin, some degree of like purview and some degree of command just by virtue of being a paladin.
And I know none of that. All I know is Brigit just knighted you, and there is a quartermaster here. I figure that gives you entitlement to at least something.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I'll head to the quartermaster.
Okay. For the sake of time, I don't think we need to role play through you saying like I'm on a mission and I need food. So what I will say is let's try and give you one more opportunity to use that diplomacy check. Like let's see how much you can sweet talk him into.
You're on a mission from God.
Go banana.
Bad.
Not bad.
Yeah. So Orar, who hadn't seen you roll yet, just heard me ask you for diplomacy checks that they're gonna starve. All right. And so realistically, what? There's 5 of you, and you're gonna be gone for a minimum of 5 days. So you probably are wanting somewhere between 30 and 40 rations, what you're asking for.
Man, I will take half that if they're gonna give it to me.
Right. So let's see. And if they were indifferent, so to speak, you would not have made them helpful. So yeah, I think half is a fair cut. He knows that it's for a mission, but still, like, they have a relatively limited supply to just hand out also. So what did I say? 525. So that's between 30 and 40. Yeah, I think we can
15.
say that they
15.
Roll here. How about this? Somebody Mandy hasn't got a chance to do anything in a little while. Roll us a d10, and then like 1 to 2 will be 1. So it's going to be 15 plus between 1 and 5, depending on what you roll.
Okay. D10.
Yeah.
8.
Nice. All right, so 19 rations then.
Damn.
A bushel of durians.
What is that, like 2? Aren't they pretty big?
19 rations, yeah. So, I mean, to be fair, that's only enough for the party for not even quite 4 days. Like, it is a lot, but also not a lot. And like, they are on official business, so. An NPC character as an ointment or potion seller, a follower of the traveling
brilliant.
god. Can't remember. It starts with an F. The character is half tiefling, half elf, who is always trying to better their life and those around them for skincare quality. I'm assuming, are you going to loop that around to like, turns out that they're essentially like a hag trying to stay eternally youthful or something like that? I like it either way, but I would be tempted to put that extra twist on it. All right.
I come back with 19 rations and like 5 for you, 5 for you, 5 for you, 4 for me.
Ooh.
Oh, thank you.
So are you keeping the 4 for yourself?
Yeah.
What a good little night. Wait, hold on, but that wouldn't be that many anyway, right? Because there's 5 of you, so it'd be 3 each.
Right. Okay.
Well, 4 or 3, depending.
3 for you, 3 for you. However, it works out minus.
Yeah, so it would be 4, 4, 4, 4, 3.
You could keep that berry ration that we did on our.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you guys find one while you're out there, so that rounds you off to an even 20.
There we go.
Success.
Yeah, so each of you has a net gain of 4 rations plus the one that Baheer bought earlier. / maybe he might be able to buy one more. You want to try out of breakfast here?
I'm kind of light on gold. So.
Aren't they like a silver?
Know. They're 5 silver.
Are they really? Oof, I forgot that.
Yeah.
Mercy regretting that now.
I'm pretty sure they're 5 silver. That's how much I took off my sheet when I bought the first one.
No, you're right. Trail rations per day, 5 silver each. Huh. I mean, whatever. They're like, it doesn't change my calculus because that it was more over like how many servings, not the value of those servings. They're like, there's barely even money here. The only money here is to like pay the various artisans and general workers and whatnot that are here. All the military troops just get their normal stipend or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then they get their food and housing and their stipend, stipend, salary, whatever you want to call it.
Through the 10th.
Okay, so
right.
we've occurred our we've gotten our food here. We went hunting for the fun of it.
Yeah, pretty much.
We convinced a couple nobles to overthrow the church in Capstone. Anything else, or is it time to head out?
Just have to recap with Brigit about the nobles.
Oh, right.
And that's it.
Okay. That's fine. That's I think that'll give us a good spot to leave off. So yeah, conveniently, like right as you guys are having that conversation, Brigit comes riding up on her horse. Oop.
I'll waver like over.
Where are? Oh, there you are.
What was the guy's name again? The noble
Jackson.
Jackson. Okay, I thought it was like Jackson or like Jason. I was like, I can't remember.
Yeah, you're close. Jaxton.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the other two are Christine and Evelyn, if that matters.
Evelyn, that was her name. I couldn't remember.
Sweetie, do you want to move the camera over towards where the gate where Baheer and...
Sorry,
but we're having fun dancing around.
Like, hello. The talks ended up going pretty well, actually.
She scoffs. She just assumes that you're, being a smartass.
No, they actually went good. For 2 of them, the 2 ladies that were here.
She actually peels her helmet off to listen when you say that there may have actually been progress.
Yeah, so I didn't intend this, but somehow I convinced the 2 ladies to work together to get one over on Jackson, but at the same time they agreed to put more into development. And they said they were like, "Well, Jackson can't take out his, or else he'll look bad."
Well, and this may be my bad because, like I said, we've been live for a while, so my my attention and like follow through is definitely fraying a little bit here. But what I meant to leave off on was because you got them to helpful, but not to. Oh, I guess I closed that. Crap.
I got them to friendly, but not the helpful.
Yeah, whatever. You got them one below max. So it wasn't like we guarantee we're gonna do this, but it was like, like, yes, like I'm bought into this idea, like I'm gonna like see what I can set into motion, and so it was like like commitment, but not whole hog, I guess. Like,
yeah.
So sorry, I meant to describe that as we were.
So I got a little bit of commitment from them too. Jackson's pissed though. Like, I would expect problems maybe from him in the future, but the other two.
So when you say slightly earlier on, like the sentence before or whatever, when you're like, I may have turned the two of them against him, and she like can't help but let out a laugh, like not even a chuckle, like just a straight up, she like laughs a little bit, and then she's like, she's like, he may be right, but he's a pompous ass, and I don't feel bad at all. Well done. I like nothing against you, but I did not go out on my ride expecting to come back to any sort of good news. So this is phenomenal. Both you managed to antagonize him a little bit and possibly actually make some progress in terms of our funding. I couldn't have asked for more.
Rubato also helped. It wasn't all me, but
is Rubato anywhere near there? No, he's not.
Oh, I'm standing over by the party.
Look, there he is. There he goes.
I was just moving around to move around, nothing.
Well, good of you to share credit. I can't make any promises because, like I said, we all, myself included, are somewhat servants of the quartermaster. But I will. I'll endeavor to get an extra cherry on top of your next writ of payment if I can.
I would appreciate that. Well, I think we're about ready to head out, so hope everything stays well over here when you're on.
She, because remember, she has like huge, like flowing curly red hair, so she like kind of, takes the one hand and like runs it through her hair and kind of like mats it down at the nape of her neck, and then like puts her helmet back on and like nods to you and kind of a an informal salute, and then like takes her horse back around into the camp area back there.
Okay. I'll go join up with the others.
Cool.
Woo!
I think that's a good place to leave it, and then we have a good solid quest to set out on next time. We should just be able to pretty much sit down and go. To confirm, we had talked about doing not next weekend and not the weekend after, because that's Canadian Thanksgiving, but then the weekend of the 14th, I think it was, right?
Yeah.
We were going to try and do 14, 28, 11. Okay, so I misspoke earlier when I said we started every other week today, because that's not quite right, but it's close. So 3 weeks to the next session, and then 2 weeks after that, and then we'll navigate the holiday scheduling.